All right, everybody. Good evening. Welcome to the slew of primaries that we are going to be having today throughout a number of states. The reason why we're starting off early is because the polls have already closed in Kentucky. So we'll see if there is an early dump as far as Kentucky is concerned, and yeah, we'll see how that works. Hold on one second. I'm making some tea and I forgot to have the thing to put my little tea thing in, so let me just get in here. So I have my tea for the evening. All right, so we're going to watch a few races in Kentucky. I'm going to talk about these Kentucky ones first. We'll talk about the ones in the other states later. Honestly, the one that I am most interested in are the Supreme Court races happening in Georgia, because I think Georgia is on the cusp of becoming the next Virginia. And I really think North Carolina is on the cusp of becoming the next Georgia. So we will see what happens with those. Now, we'll see if there's some early dumps that come in as far as the Kentucky races are concerned. The polls there close at 6 p.m. Eastern time. It's not the whole entire state. It's just the Eastern time zone part right now. I'm in the Central time zone. That is 5. But let's look at some of the races that we have first. Let's go through these. So in Kentucky, we have the U.S. Senate race. We have both the Republican and the Democratic primary. So Amy McGrath, I think she ran before. So we do have kind of a somewhat competitive field here, a large field as well. We'll see how that pans out. Obviously, I think most people are looking at Thomas Massie's district, see if he survives tonight. We haven't had any really good polling out of there. We've just had a bunch of slop polling firms that have been polling it all over the place. Jay Call, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. I did videos today, but I'll probably be doing many more live streams than actual videos. I find that those are actually more productive. But thank you very much for the super chat. We have the U.S. Senate race as far as the Republican primary. So we had Democratic and Republican primary, of course. Now, we have Andy Barr, who's probably going to win. So now we have House District 6 and Ralph Alvarado, I assume is how you pronounce the name. He is the Trump endorsed candidate. We're going to see how that Trump endorsement pushes in Kentucky. And then finally, we got some state house races. So we have this house race here. Kimberly Banta, who's the incumbent, and Kimberly Moser, who's the incumbent. These are in and around south of Cincinnati, so in the Covington area. And in these races, I'm going to see if I can, okay, there we go. So you can see right there, there's Cincinnati, and it's going to be south of there. We have no results coming in, so it doesn't look like we have an election early vote dump. With that being the case, the reason why I'm watching these two is that both of these candidates actually vote. So I guess the legislature introduced banning gender affirming surgery for minors or something like that. These two voted no against it, and they have primary challengers that are saying they should have voted for it. So we'll see. So we do have the transgender issue having an impact in the Republican primaries for the state house. But it's not only this state that we're going to see that be an issue. We're going to see it in another states. And we're going to see it in the Democratic primary as well. Okay, so we don't have anything coming in from Kentucky now. Let's go ahead and look at Georgia. Let's go through all the other ones. Some we aren't going to really be watching too heavily, just kind of observe, see what happens. But Georgia is one of those that we're going to watch. So obviously we have the gubernatorial primary. This looks to be going toward a runoff, but we'll see how Raffensperger does in this. I mean, he's projected to be third, but I'm kind of interested to see how much he actually pulls. And there's a reason why. Okay, people aren't really thinking about this yet, but there's a reason why. Now, we have the Georgia Democratic gubernatorial primary. Lance Bottoms should win this one easily. She's a high profile Democrat, former mayor of one of the largest cities in the nation. I assume that she is going to win this one, but we'll keep an eye on it anyway. We do have the Republican primary for the US Senate, and this one we'll see what happens with this one. I'm kind of surprised Buddy Carter has been polling as low as he has. I want to see if he can actually perform a little bit better when it comes to actually if it comes to bringing some of these two down. But as I mentioned, there's two Supreme Court races. So the incumbents are basically the Republicans. The challengers are the Democrats. And these, I think, are going to be the most significant elections that we have seen since those Public Service Commission races, though those were partisan. It's going to be the most important elections that we have. So Charlie Bethel is the they're both nonpartisan, but identified as the Republican. Then we go down to here, Sarah Hawkins Warren. Here she is. She is also kind of the Republican. And now with all of the stuff going on with redistricting and all that, what happened with the Virginia Supreme Court, these Supreme Court retentions or elections or whatever it is in whatever state become significantly more important. Now, this is why I'm interested to see what happens in some of the other races, because you have this election here, which is a general election for the Supreme Court. Now, Lance Bottoms, she's going to win that one. It's not competitive, but the Georgia governor's race is competitive. The Senate race is competitive. Do people who identify as Democrats and who are Democrats who are going to be voting in the Supreme Court races, are they going to ask for a Republican ballot? Because remember, Georgia is an open primary state. You do not register by party. So you can have people coming in voting in the general election. Because remember, after the whole Virginia thing, Democrats are really motivated to get these Supreme Court races changed. So you might have a high Democratic turnout, but a lot of Democrats asking for Republican ballots to vote for maybe, Raffensperger for governor. I don't know who they'd really vote for in the U.S. Senate race. Maybe they'll pick some, there are two more candidates? Be interesting to see these John Coyne and Jonathan McCollum, see how well they do. Let's watch that. That could be something. Let's go over to Kentucky, see if we have anything yet. We do not. Alabama, there's nothing really to watch. We're just going to see how much Doug Jones actually gets in the Democratic primary for governor. We're going to see how much Tommy Guberville gets in the gubernatorial Republican primary, which this election might end up becoming closer on election day than we think. I mean, there's some stuff going on. I'll talk about it maybe in this live stream. What's going on in Louisiana right now that might indicate that there's some changes. And I think what is quite interesting with the changes that we are seeing in a lot of these places where we're seeing some of the biggest swings are in the South. Obviously, we talked about Georgia. Louisiana had a big one a few days ago, and everyone's talking about Bill Cassidy losing, and that's huge. That's big. But they're not talking about the Democratic primary. They're not talking about the splitting up of the votes. I haven't made a video yet about it because I'm still waiting for some election day party turnout results. So I want to see how the independents are splitting. So there will be a video on that soon. So that's all we're doing. And then we're watching the U.S. Senate race. Barry Moore, who was the Trump endorsed candidate. We're going to see how he does in this one as well. Pennsylvania is the next state. Well, let me go over to Kentucky, see if we got any results in. No, not yet. So Pennsylvania, we have the state or U.S. House race. Pennsylvania House 7 with Robert Brooks getting the endorsement of, I believe, Josh Shapiro and Bernie Sanders. Okay. And to me, as someone who votes Democratic, this is kind of what we need. And I'll say with Bernie Sanders being the keynote speaker at the Texas Democratic Party convention and stuff like that, we're starting to see a coming together of ideas and philosophies. I really do believe that once Kamala Harris lost, she moved to the center during the campaign. And once she lost, It made a lot of Democrats with a brain realize, we need to become more progressive. Unfortunately for David Jolly in Florida, he just picked Christian Olvert, his chief campaign strategist. So that automatically means that, I mean, Jolly probably wasn't going to win anyway, but that means that he's automatically going to lose. So if you know Billy Corbin, just look at what who did a few Netflix series. He's talked about Christian Olvert a lot. Go ahead and see his opinion on him, and you know why. Oregon. Oh, I totally forgot Pennsylvania. Okay, so or the rest of Pennsylvania. Now, we do have the state Senate race outside of Pittsburgh. Okay, and we have the incumbent here who, in this district, I believe there are a number of Haitian Americans and Haitian refugees that live in this district. So when Donald Trump made his "they're eating the dogs" comment, this state senator rightfully said, no, they're not, and defended those who were being attacked. That wasn't enough for the MAGA people, so they have a MAGA opponent against her. So that's why we're looking at the state Senate seats. If we go ahead and look at the state House seat, this is where the identity politics comes in as well. So Patrick Katena, I don't know why they don't have his name there, but Patrick Katena, he is the Democratic Party endorsed candidate. After he got the endorsement, like 2 weeks after he got the Democratic endorsement, he sent out a mailer saying that Brittany Bloem, who is his opponent, is connected to radical leftist organizations who support having transgender people in kids' sports and stuff like that. So it's not just a Republican primary issue. And it's important for Democrats to know this. It's not just a Republican primary issue. It's a Democratic primary issue as well. We're going to see if that matters here. And then with the rest of them, Oregon, we just had the governor's race. We're going to just watch and see if the incumbent governor has a little bit of problems. And then Idaho, I just have we're going to see Terry Pickens got 30% when she ran for lieutenant governor last time. Interested to see how well she does in this. Then we're going to, Jim Risch is a traditional establishment Republican. I just want to see if he has any decent opposition. He probably does not. So somebody said that Kentucky was coming in, but I do not have any results. Oh, they're not doing it. Holy shit. Well, that's only one precinct coming in, I assume. Or that's an early vote dump from a small county. All right, so the big counties that we're going to be looking at are Boone, Kenton, somewhat Campbell as well. The Covington area, that's where it's going to be huge. I don't think it goes into Jefferson at all. No, it does not go into Jefferson. Obviously, because that's where the Democratic district is. So we'll see what happens here in Kentucky. We are getting a little bit more when it comes to Andy Barr, and it looks like Andy Barr is going to win this thing just by these numbers alone. I don't think there was any question as of him winning. I think it was more about the margin, but just something interesting to see here. McGrath is also leading. This is actually, what is Charles Booker? Is he like the lieutenant? He's a statewide official, isn't he? Amy McGrath ran before. I think Amy McGrath, did she run for Senate or she ran for Congress? I think she ran against Mitch McConnell last time. So this will be a competitive primary here. So now we just wait, see what happens. The other polls are not going to are not going to close for, I guess Georgia would be the next one in 45 minutes. Georgia will probably close. Alabama will probably close. I think Pennsylvania's a little bit later. No, they close it at 8 p.m. as well. So we'll get a slew of them coming in. And this is how it is always when we do elections. It's always Kentucky that is the first one that comes in that we're actually going to be watching. But I think Massie, this is going to be the one that we watch first. I guess we're going to have to refresh this page all the time because it didn't automatically do anything before. Now, Okay, so they're doing absentee mail, in-person voting, and all that. I will tell you that as soon as they get their pro up and going, I think I'm going to purchase the pro. I was thinking about doing something where I can have my own dashboard and I get the numbers from them. That costs $15,000. I can't afford that. I wish I could make that much money, but $15,000 is a lot. All right, so now we're just at a point of waiting here. I got my tea. I got all my water because we're going to be here until Oregon and see what happens there. In fact, let's see when the Oregon polls close. 11. So that's 10 o'clock my time. So that's 5 hours from now. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised if they got one early vote dump. Or no, Massie's in the lead. Okay, I was thinking Massie wasn't in the lead. Oh, Massie's in the lead. Okay, so that's good for Massie. Yeah, Oregon, it's like, there is a point in my life where I've thought about, because I used to live in Utah, and thought about moving back to Utah because you get into those early, like you can push that time forward. So when you do have late states coming in, it's not as late. All right, so we're still waiting for some results. Nothing big. Well, I mean, so just going to look at some of the responses. Let me see if there are any super chats or what any of the members have asked. Hello, Jay. Hello, Danielson. Great to see you guys again. Let's see. McGrath accused McConnell of being anti-orange turd. Yeah. I think we'll see how McGrath does. Because I always thought when she ran the first time, I thought that it was one of those Democrats are reaching a little bit too hard to find a candidate. They and this is where maybe I think the Pennsylvania 7th will be a really interesting race to watch here with Robert Brooks. Because I mean, actually, the Grand Plantner race is going to be one to really watch too, because you're getting them, not necessarily the perfect candidates, not the guy that's in his mid 30s who wears a suit, has his hair really nice and speaks eloquently, the Josh Shapiro types, right? That fit some sort of candidate mold. I think McGrath was one of those people. And I don't think that really works in today's political climate. Not at all. We get a few more. We can see we've gotten a few more in the U.S. Senate race. See, because if I remember correctly, McGrath is a former Air Force pilot, Navy pilot, something like that. So she might get a lot of rural Democrats based on that military experience. Now, I don't know how it works. You do register by political party in Kentucky, but I don't know if it's a system like in Louisiana where it's semi-closed. Louisiana has changed everything, right? So Louisiana used to be, they had the everyone on the primary ballot, top two, go to the runoff. Now they're doing it the traditional way and having semi-closed, where if you're a registered Democrat, you have to vote in the Democratic one. If you're a Republican, you have to vote in the Republican one. But if you're an independent, you can pick whatever ballot you want. Well, okay, let me be more accurate. If you are a nonpartisan affiliated voter, then you can pick whatever one. If you're registered with a party, including the Independent Party of Louisiana, you have to vote in the Independent Party of Louisiana's primary. This is a big mistake that a lot of people make when it comes to registering to vote, is they see quote unquote independent. Okay, we're starting to get some more in. But anyway, they see quote unquote independent and they think, oh, this must mean I'm an independent. No, it means you're registering for the independent party of whatever state that is, which means you're locked into a party and you cannot vote and not and you're not going to be one of these ones that are going to be able to vote in one of these primaries in Louisiana. So, Pendleton County, we have a little bit coming in. So we're starting to get a little bit more in now. The numbers are getting a little bit, I mean, very early days, but I was hoping we'd get a few early vote dumps. Nothing as of yet. Nothing in House 6. Nothing in those state House races. Once these counties come in, Kenton and Boone, that's where the state House races are. So you can see it's in both Boone and Kenton right here, and I think this one's just in Kenton. Yeah. So that's what we have here. Massie has the lead so far, but not much there to actually look at. Because I mean, my opinion is if Massie loses, then the writing's on the wall for Rand Paul when he comes up next. Rand Paul has done a good job of a good balancing act. Here we go now. So now we do have some votes from Kenton County coming in, and we see that one's close. Let's reload this because these numbers over here are not doing it. Okay. So Massie is losing in Kenton County. That is big. I don't know if Kenton is where Covington is or not. Because if you know the airport for Cincinnati, it's on the other side of the river. It's Covington. That's why it's CVG is the airport code for it. Which also means if that's coming in, we should be getting some of these state house races in, right? Okay, so the incumbent is so far winning in State House District 64. Let's see what's happening in 63. Same thing, but very, very close. So we'll see how this thing pans out as well. We'll see how this Massie Galrine, is that his name? I haven't been following the names. I just know Massie because he's tall. And who was it? There was somebody who wrote this, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene isn't. Oh, I think Mehdi Hassan said it. Just because she's come around on some things like Massie, they're not your friend. Okay, so now we're getting Greenup County. All right, so it's looking less good for Massie. Let's be honest there. It's not looking the greatest for him right now. I don't know where I put my phone at. I was going to get my phone. Carly, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciate it. I mean, here's the thing with Andy Beshear, okay? If his father wasn't governor, he wouldn't have been elected statewide. That's it. A name brings you a long way. Even with, well, let's see here. McGrath up. McGrath looks to be in a good position in the Senate race. We'll see what happens. McCracken County, that's where Paducah is. Andy Beshear not running for the Senate gives you It's a pretty good sign of something, if you know what I mean. And I also want to thank, if he's watching today, I want to thank Dennis, who became a new member today of Voting Trends. So if you are interested in becoming a member of the website, please do so. I have my ratings on there. I also am building a statewide map for like as many states as possible, precinct level maps where you can filter by certain things, and even in some states get down to the most local races like Florida. If you want to support the channel, you can go ahead and join. It's only $9.99 per month, but you also get the maps and everything. So I want to make sure that if you join and support the channel, you actually get something that could benefit you and can actually help you. I know Danielson's on here. He's also a member of the channel. So if you want to be a supporter of that channel, or a supporter of this channel, go over to votingtrend.com and join to become a member there. And those maps will be building more and more as time goes on. So someone says Lexington, Louisville is not reported yet. That will be in the U.S. Senate race. That's where that will matter. So it won't matter in this race. It doesn't go as far as Louisville, or as they say in Kentucky, Louisville, right? Doesn't go that far. Yeah, so a little bit slow right now, and then no results coming out of House District 6, which kind of surprises me. And does that include, is Woodford County Frankfort? Nice capital they have there. I've been to that capital before. The only thing I could think of, because somebody mentions Kentucky has explicit sore loser laws. The only thing that I could think of, and you'd have to look at the law with this, the only thing that I could think of is if Massie, if there's already a write-in slot there, and then Massie can run as a write-in candidate, which at the end of the day could help the Democratic candidate win that seat. If Massie takes enough votes away as a runoff candidate. That's essentially what Lisa Murkowski had to do in 2010. Once she lost the Republican primary, she couldn't go on. There was talk of the Libertarian Party switching to make her the Libertarian candidate, and the Libertarian Party eventually said no. Irony of that is Joe Miller, the one who beat Murkowski in the Republican primary in 2010, ended up being the Libertarian candidate next time he ran, I think, against her. I don't remember if it was against her or not, but the next time he ran statewide, it was that. But there might be a route like the Murkowski route, a write-in route. So that's something that would have to be looked at in the laws of Kentucky. I'm not versed in the laws of Kentucky's electoral laws, but that's an option maybe. I mean, there are some states that just automatically have a write-in slot. And with the write-in slots, the reason why they allow you usually to do a write-in slot is because it doesn't require a changing of the ballot, especially in a state that already has it. So we'll see if that was the case. And if you're wondering, I did a whole entire video about that specific election. the 2010 Alaska U.S. Senate election on my election history channel. For those who actually are subscribed to my election history channel, I was supposed to read the script today. I didn't do that. Georgia should not be reporting. It's too early to be reporting. Georgia, the polls are not closed in Georgia, so if Georgia's reporting, they're doing something illegal because it's too they can't be releasing any vote totals until 29 minutes from now. So that's not legal. Yeah, see, I don't see anything here. And these are going to be all early vote, I'm assuming. Yeah. AB, absentee, early vote. So that's in person and election day. So we only have mail in votes. I don't know how, I should have done my research a little bit beforehand. I don't know how it usually breaks down. So I should have done that. Actually, it's probably better to just stay. I wonder if I do this, if it stays on that, or if I'll have to keep on going over there. It'll be good to keep it on this. I'll tell you, I mean, I'm very impressed with the Decision Desk HQ dashboard that they have. Very, very impressed. Though I've shit on them for having Tom Bonnier as an advisor, that shouldn't mean I should really shit on the whole company, as a whole. This is a very good product. But yeah, I mean, I hate to say this, but I am thinking about, there are some for the History Channel while we're waiting for some votes to come in. On the History Channel, I have been thinking about actually using my voice, but using an AI voice thing to for my voice, for my history videos. And the reason why is doing the voice stuff takes an entire day. Me reading the script and then editing the audio part of the script takes an entire day. And if I can remove that whole entire day and squish it into an hour, that allows me to make more content for the channel. And to tell you the truth, when I get to the procrastination part of my history videos, it's exactly when I have to read the script because I hate doing it so much. So I'm thinking about experimenting with AI voice so that it can take that out. And if it sounds good, if it sounds well, I'm going to go with it because I'd like to streamline the process. And I know people who do watch my videos watch for the content, not for this voice, which is bad enough already. So that might be something in future videos in the near future you might notice. All right. Oh, John, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Say a Ken Paxton ad, it goes after Muslims and attacks Somalis even after the shooting in CA. Was there a shooting? And these people are modern day 1932 Germans. You're not going to get an argument for me. And then we had today with the Trump administration just basically saying corruption is legal. At least for my family, corruption's legal because this whole thing with the IRS and the deal they made saying, oh, Trump doesn't have to worry about the taxes, but then his family doesn't. What does his sons have to do with his tax bill? Right? I need to get my money into a European Union checking account as soon as possible because I don't trust this corrupt ass government. And unfortunately, the people of the United States will just sit here and take it up the ass. Sorry, but they will. They'll go out there and do a No Kings rally that'll do zilch. And you know what? I got criticized for saying that these No Kings rallies were going to do nothing. Here we are. Maybe I'll do something electorally. I'm still not in the we're going to have free and fair elections camp. No, doing your voice with AI is not AI slop. AI slop is when all your video is made with AI. I'm just talking about using my voice with AI. I'm still doing the research. I'm still doing that. And that's what Metal Gamer just said. AI could be used to streamline the editing process, though. That's the reason why I would do it. But again, it would be my voice. It wouldn't be an AI voice. It would be my voice going through, reading the script, actually. And again, I wouldn't be changing the content. The content would be 1000% the same. It's just the voice that would be the change. That's it. That's the only thing that would change is the voice. And then by the end of this election cycle, I'm going to be deciding if I'm going to continue this channel or not. If my live streams get 240 people like we have now, and my videos are only getting 1,000 views, chances are the day after election day, I'm going to pull the plug on this channel. If there's some success throughout the election, then I'll keep it going. But we'll see. So somebody mentioned, as we're waiting for more votes come in, somebody mentioned that the no kings is not to do nothing, it's to make a statement. Okay, make a statement. Okay, that reminds me, if anybody's ever seen The Life of Brian, when Brian's getting ready to be persecuted, being crucified, they're like, okay, now we have to have another strongly worded statement. It's a Chuck Schumer approach, right? We sent a strongly worded letter to Donald Trump, right? It's not enough. Danielson, thank you for let's see, what do we have here? Personally, I think your voice is a big part of why your videos work, because I think you've got a very professional cadence that works. But if it's taking too much time, then I go with AI. I mean, it takes like a whole day. Like if I'm doing an hour and a half video, it takes an entire day to do that. And I hate doing it, which means I procrastinate more. Writing the scripts, the easy part. Well, I wouldn't say it's the easy part. It's the most enjoyable, it flows well part, especially the way that I research. So I got my books and I got other books that I have online, and I've mentioned this in my videos, a lot of my research comes because a lot of it's more recent elections. A lot of it comes from newspaper accounts. I love getting into those old newspapers. We're not getting Boone County yet. It will be interesting to see if we get Boone County and Campbell County. It'll be interesting to see how these come in. We're still 20 minutes away from a lot of polls closing in other states. Alabama, or does Alabama close at 8 o'clock Central? No, it closes at 8 o'clock Eastern, so that's good. Whoa. So I just got a message here that it looks like Bill Cassidy might change his view on the War Powers bill, and it might pass the Senate, really requiring Trump to get authorization. Yeah, if I were Cassidy right now, I'd just be like, I would just be in, part of my language, I would just be in fuck you mode. If I were Cassidy, I would just totally be in fuck you mode. No Kings is different from Chuck Schumer. It isn't, because what is it resulted in? With the exception of a bunch of people wanting to feel good about themselves, what has it resulted in? We have to look at political action as a result of something. To me, it's just somebody wanting to feel good that they're participating, but it doesn't necessarily lead to any action that results in change. And this is where I think the progressives and Democrats are very much here. They can't think 2, 3, 4 steps ahead. Why aren't Democrats, let's say in the state of Florida, doing referendums left and right on the ballot to get progressive things passed? Don't know why. That's thinking 3 steps ahead, too far ahead for many Democrats. Oh, he voted yes on it today. Oh. It generates attention and attracts involvement in the community. Okay. I mean, believe what you want to believe. I'm not here um I'm not here to debate with, one of the things is it's important to be able to take in information and listen to opposing point of views. Um you just can't do that in this country. This is the reason why I don't do commentary, because if you're not 1000% on one side or the other, you're not going to build an audience, because we've come into the sheepville of politics. Call our representatives. No, calling your representative is actually absolutely useless coming from someone who used to work for a US senator. It's absolutely useless. I mean, I hate to say this when it comes to action. I hate to say it. I mean, I don't know what to do. I'm not going to say I know what to do. Okay. But the protests have done nothing. In my belief, we've already let the fox into the hen house. We've already let the fox into the hen house. It's going to be hard to get out of this one. Yeah, see, we're not. Now, remember, we still have a whole part of, um, we got this whole Western part. What's your opinion of Chris Cillizza and Chuck Todd? Cillizza, I don't like either of them. They're both sidesism. The other day, somebody sent me this. The other day, Chuck Todd said, um, did Barack Obama spend too much political capital on going all in the Virginia redistricting argument? What political capital? What political capital does the former president of the United States need? How is that going to push anything, right? This is this is the problem with a lot of political commentary. In my view, it's either you have to be 1000% left without any critical thinking, 1000% right without any critical thinking, or so both sidesism that you basically can't you can't argue that you can't have an open argument, but yet at the same time say one side is totally wrong and one side is usually okay, right? You can't do that nowadays. This is why I don't watch CNN, MSNBC, or MS Now or whatever. Definitely I don't watch American news. All the news that I watch is France 24, Deutsche Welle, and CBC sometimes. Those are the only news. That's the only news I watch. I don't watch any American news. I don't look at any American newspapers. Okay. I maybe every now and then look at the New York Times. I'll maybe look at the New York Times once every 2 days. I'll look at the Orlando Sentinel every now and then, see what's going on in Florida. American media's, if you really want to talk about why we're in the shape we're in, it's American media, because they both sidesism the shit out of everything. They're actually excusing, and it's interesting to see what's going to happen with this whole Donald Trump actually getting money from the IRS and not ever being held accountable. It's going to be interesting to see how CNN tries to put that square fucking peg in that round fucking hole. And they're all going to do it. The media gave us Donald Trump in 2016. They show an empty podium with Donald Trump for 30 minutes, right? The media is more complicit in the reason we have Donald Trump than anyone. PBS and NPR are good. Yeah, and the fact that they're going to get like individual funding is really good as well. No, all protests aren't identical. So somebody asked and somebody else said, no. Protests like the civil rights protest worked. But you know what? The civil rights movement went beyond protests. It went into civil obedience. These people go into these No Kings rally that sing there, say, hey, hey, ho, ho, blah, blah, blah's got to go. They're not into civil obedience. I mean, some of them are, but a lot of them aren't. Civil obedience is the way to actually get stuff done, I think. All right. Okay, this thing's getting closer now. Okay, now we're starting to see a little bit of a tightening of the gap here. But let's see what the breakdown is. It's still all you hardly see. That's the thing, that they're still working out their bugs when it comes to Decision Desk HQ. So give them credit where credit's due. They're doing a good job, but it is getting closer now. So you see all this yellow, but it's only resulting in 52-48 right now. Oh, what did I say? Did I say something? Yeah, civil disobedience is I must have said something else. Yeah. I don't know what I said, but yes, civil disobedience. So that's what I meant. Okay, now it's opening up a little bit. Yeah, it'll be nice if they get a breakdown. They still had the breakdown stuck like that because I'd like to know if we're getting some election day votes coming in. And we might, I mean, I don't know who the election day votes are going to go for because we are talking about that these are all Republican primaries. Okay, Georgia and other states are closing in 12 minutes. If I recall, Georgia took forever. Okay. Minnesota after ICE shootings is a good example of effective protest. 100% agree. 100% agree. Unfortunately, it took two murders in order for, or at least the first murder really triggered it. But yeah, agree. And that's what I'm saying. So that's why I'm saying the No King stuff, I don't think does anything. But what we saw with the civil rights movement, what we saw with Gandhi in India, the Great Salt March, things like that. If you don't know about, I mean, honestly, if you haven't seen, I know a lot of younger people in here, and if you haven't seen the movie Gandhi from 1982, it won the Academy Award, Ben Kingsley, highly recommend it. That Salt March was a significant thing. And when I eventually do go to India, I want to visit the ending of where that Salt March was, where Gandhi got up and held the salt and ended Salt March. Well, now we're seeing some of these counties. I mean, 52-48. This is not a blowout. Well, Jay Tahoe mentioned something, and I'd like to get your opinion on it while we're waiting for some more results. If Massie wins this thing, is this a bigger fu to Trump or APAC? Which one? Don't say both. Like, if you had to pick one or the other, who do you think it's the biggest middle finger to? No, I don't think the No Kings help establish infrastructure. Yeah, the you had the march with the people from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School that did theirs when Trump was inaugurated. He had the women's march and all that. The big marches, the big protests don't do anything. They don't do anything unless you're actually collecting data from people and then actually using that data to actually build something that's going to be more. The problem is, it's just everyone goes and everyone leaves. There's no organization to it. The Senate passed a resolution limiting the Iran war powers. Okay, Collins, Murkowski, Cassidy, and Rand Paul voted with the Democrats. Vetterman voted with the Republicans. Yeah. See, and that's another thing that Democrats need to keep in mind is if we're talking about a 50-50 Senate after all of these elections, it's still not enough because you got JD Vance as the tie-breaking vote, so you really need 51. That 51 is Fetterman. Do you risk giving him some sort of decent committee position in order to keep him a Democrat? They're going to have to think about that. That's going to be a pretty important thing. Yeah, they're not really updating their votes there. Yeah, and see, when it comes to the Iran war, I think the Democrats are messaging this all wrong. Um, they should say you. I mean, to me, they should be marketing it as you are you, the American people, are paying for Trump to play general. There is no need for this war. I don't think anyone thinks there is a need for this war. Yeah. Massie is big time I mean, Massie is big time anti-interventionist. This is where I break with the Democratic Party, or let me say the progressive wing, and this is why I don't think you can be exactly 100% progressive, exactly 100% conservative. You can't be one of those sheep. Personally, me, I'm way more of a hawk when it comes to foreign policy. I'm one of those people that I didn't necessarily, while I did disagree with a number of the policies, I agreed a lot with Ronald Reagan's foreign policy. I am very much a economic leftist, a social moderate, and a foreign policy conservative. That's where I fall. It's starting to seem like Bill Kristol's falling into that category as well. We'll see what happens with that Osborne race. I don't think he's gonna. I mean, but you never know. Okay, so a little bit more of an update. Getting closer to 53-47. Because with the Cassidy race, I mean, the fact that he finished third, it was an embarrassment. And the Democrat, see, so if I'm Schumer right now, as we're waiting for results come in, if I'm Schumer right now, I'd be going over to Cassidy going, what the hell do you want to caucus for us for the rest of your term? What can we give you for the rest of this term that you caucus with us? Try it, poke that, see if it works. Yeah. I mean, we have a lot that hasn't. Boone and Campbell, and I mean, Kenton has come in quite a bit. So somebody says Graham Plattner has presence. This is going to be one of the arguments I make in Louisiana. The candidates now the Democrats, let's see if I can find it. The Democrats have a candidate named Jamie Davis, who, by the way, got 163,000 votes. That was the second most amount of votes, significantly more than the second place John Fleming in the Republican primary. Okay, a lot of people voted in that Democratic primary, and Jamie Davis won 47.4% of the votes. Nicholas Alberis, I'm not sure, he was the establishment candidate in that race. He had the Holy Trinity. He had John Bell Edwards, he had the AFL-CIO of New Orleans, and he had a number of identity politics group. The Holy Trinity of establishment Democratic politics. He finished third. He finished behind Gary Crockett, someone who wasn't even expected to compete in this race. In fact, it's so funny that hours after that race, many of the news people put, the runoff is between Davis and Alberis, right? Totally had the wrong graphic. It was definitely a Dewey defeats Truman moment. But watch that guy. You want to talk about somebody who can win, and people say, he's black. It doesn't matter in the South. People who are conservative voters in the South would rather vote against, because he's a farmer as well. People in the South who are the conservatives, they hate white progressives more than anyone. Okay. The reason, I mean, let's look at Tennessee's last redistricting. They're about to have another one to take out Cohen seats. Let's look at their last redistricting. Okay. What did they do? They didn't chop up Memphis, which they could have. They chopped up the white liberal vote in Nashville. White conservative Republicans in the South, they hate white progressives more, or white liberals more than anyone. All right, so we're getting close to having the polls close in Georgia. This race is starting to get a little bit of a gap. We'll see what happens in Georgia in a few. What would be a great result for Massie tonight? To win. I mean, really, to win, I would say. Daniel, son, thank you again for the super chat. I mean, Kentucky's taking forever to count. In the meantime, Dave, you can all talk about the trends we're seeing in the South, except Arkansas, right? Every Southern primary so far is showing vote shifts toward the Democrats. Right. We are seeing that. I truly believe we are, and I might have mentioned this at the beginning of the live stream, I truly believe that we are in a position, okay, just really quick, the polls are now closed in Georgia. So we will start seeing what happens in Georgia. And I want to see if something from the Supreme Court starts coming in first, because this is the one that I'm really, my guess are these two Supreme Court races are going to mirror each other, kind of like the Public Service Commission races mirrored each other last year. So, and to me, those public service races, those were more important than any of the races that we really had. But, anyways, what I was saying is, I truly believe that Georgia is in the position that Virginia was in 2008. And I think North Carolina now is in the position that Georgia is. Okay. So we'll see what happens. I did a whole entire video about Virginia or about North Carolina today. The polls coming out of North Carolina look like there can be a trickle down effect. And you got to realize the number one, they don't have gubernatorial races in midterm elections. Those are during presidential years. So top of the ticket's Roy Cooper. He's going to win that. Unless something catastrophic happens, he's going to win that. And he's going to probably be predicted to win that. And if he's predicted to win that, that might dampen the voter turnout for Republicans down ballot, which means some of those congressional races that we said, they flew a little bit close to the sun when they drew those districts, maybe made them a little bit closer than they should have been. Those are not going to be competitive. They could maybe take the state house. I'd have to look at the gerrymandering of that. On my website, votingtrend.com, I do my ratings for the congressional districts, U.S. Senate races, but also I'm doing legislative races. So I will be doing the North Carolina state legislature as well. So for those of you who are members, it's only $9.99 a month to support the channel and support what, you get the precinct maps and all that. I'll have the legislature for North Carolina in there in the new coming up. Okay, Hair Club for Men. Do you think, are you the official one? Do you think it works to the Democrats' advantage and the generals if the Trump-backed candidates win these primaries? I don't think so. Because I think that, okay, you know what's really going to be the telltale of that? Let's see what polls that we get coming out of Texas, where the polling starts, where the survey actually starts tomorrow. Not today, but tomorrow, when we now know that Ken Paxton is the nominee. Because we're looking at the polls today from Texas, and Talarico did the same against either Cornyn or Paxton. It didn't matter. Like, the results were the same. I believe at the end of the day, this whole thing, it's going to be a turnout thing. That's one of the problems you have with polls. Polls are good when you have crosstabs, but, whoa, what is this? Whoa. Okay. Okay. Now they're still in beta mode here. So yeah, I don't know. It's all a turnout thing. So as I mentioned in one of the videos today, if we look at Florida in 2022, when Charlie Crist lost, he lost because Democratic turnout was horrible. Had Democratic turnout just been average, then all of a sudden you would have seen a much closer race. It'd probably been like 55-45 or 54-46. Okay, much closer. Democratic turnout was bad. Okay, turnout is everything. These poll numbers that we see only matter if the people that we're polling turn out in that proportion. The only thing I'm thinking is, okay, come on now. Jesus Christ. No. Okay. I'm I mean, I hate to say this. I mean, there's a lot of issues. This is a pretty complex dashboard. Getting live updates and stuff like that. I'm wondering if they got a little too ambitious in what they think they could create. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it works quite well, but you do get these hiccups here. Jesus Christ. If you reload it, it does the same thing. So you got to go back. Looks like you almost have to go back twice. Yeah, it's like whenever you, that's not good. This is getting ridiculous now. Well, I didn't want to do it. Didn't want to do it, but it looks like I'm going to have to also have the New York Times here. I mean, this is ridiculous. All right. Okay, let's see if we can get just Georgia and say usually have. Oh, here we go. Let's see if I can open that new tab. Open this a new tab. Open this a new tab. Yeah, I hate to do this, but it looks like that's what we're gonna have to do. Um, See, now it's interesting because they see they're both reporting different counties. Now they get their information from AP. Okay, maybe do they have their shit together now? Sorry, I haven't been talking, guys. I've been trying to get. Okay, it does seem like they got their stuff together here. All right. Yeah, that gap is now widening. Um, let's see if we get a breakdown of what the votes are. Now we're not really getting a good breakdown, so we don't know if we have election day votes. I assume by this point we are going to have we are going to have election day votes. Now, okay, wait, I have a question. I mean, this won't happen, but I do have a question. Okay. So there is. I was like, what if Massie, if he loses the primary, what if he resigns and Bashir could appoint his replacement? But it does seem like it just will stay. It would just stay empty until there was a special election. Surprised we have nothing from Georgia. I'm going to keep an eye on this Georgia on New York Times. We're 10 minutes in. There's no early vote dumps. No, I'm going to keep it. So somebody said log out and then log back in. It seems to be working now. So let's go back to Kentucky. Let's see if there's anything out of Alabama. Nothing. Oh, yeah. Pennsylvania has stuff coming in now, too. Or no, they close at 8. Okay, so now I assume what's going to happen in some of these. I'm kind of surprised McGrath has been up by as much as she has been up. That kind of shocks me. We still don't have any numbers from Campbell. I don't think we have them in. We don't have anything from Campbell on the New York Times site either. So I have nothing from either of those sites. And I think that's going to be the big tell. Let's see what happens with with Campbell County. And if Massie isn't winning there, then who knows? All right. So in the other races, okay, we do see the Trump endorsed candidate here. I mean, Lexington isn't here, but we do see the Trump endorsed candidates winning here. I think we expect the Trump endorsed candidates to win. My guess is just a matter of what we expect the margin to be in those elections. So I'll keep an eye on that. Barr is easily going to win this. I think we expected that. The state house seats that I mentioned earlier, it does look like the Republican. So, oh no, okay. Does seem like the Republicans are going to hold on to these who are being challenged. And remember, and so one then has to ask themselves. So these two, Kimberly Moser and Kimberly Banta. So the Republicans in the state legislature introduced a bill to basically ban transgender kids from participating in the sports that aren't assigned to their sex or whatever. Like, so if they're a biological boy and they compete in girls competition, all that. So they voted against that. So it was one of those bills of transgender kids in sports. Now, this was the big issue in both of these, and we'll see how these pan out. But if both of these candidates survive, with that being the main issue in both of these campaigns, then one must have to ask themselves, is that necessarily a big driver of the vote? I think personally, when it comes to the elections, we've moved beyond that point. People are paying $5 a gallon for gas here. Okay. Those are the issues that are driving. We might start seeing a situation here where God's guns and gays might not be what pushes a lot of these people who might have voted for Trump in the past. Now, I don't know why you'd vote for Trump in the past, unless you're just fucking stupid. And yeah, I'm sorry, I call them deplorables. Call me horrible, but I call them deplorables. But if this is happening here, it's showing that that's not an issue. Now, I'm not saying it's an issue that Democrats should all of a sudden go all in, but it's one that it's like, okay, the economy is the issue. What's happening with everyone's, economic livelihood? That's the issue. Okay. And, for me personally, I just kind of hope that identity politics has kind of run its course. I really do. Okay. Yeah, that McGrath Senate. I'm surprised she's been holding on to this lead. We still don't have anything in from Campbell. Let's go to this one. I'm going to reload this. Don't have anything from Campbell there. I have a feeling once the numbers from Campbell come in for this race, well, no, it's still a very close. I mean, it's not close, but it's close. It's not this blowout that people were saying for one side or the other. I mean, everyone was saying that Massie was going to lose quite handily in a lot of situations, but it's not happening. Not yet. I hope we get some. I mean, Alabama really doesn't have anything going on. It's just a matter of just kind of interested to see what happens. Georgia does have big. They do. There are big races there. No, but there was this really good YouTube video that I watched the other day or yesterday, last night actually. It was like titled like "Why Are Americans So Stupid?" It was by this one Australian girl, and she just says that the whole entire American infrastructure, from educational to religious to capitalistic, is built primarily to serve to loyalty and to totally get rid of critical thinking. And this is one of the problems that I have when it comes to lack of critical thinking. So as I mentioned on one of my posts, the Midas Touch said that Vivek Ramaswamy's Republican opponent endorsed him or endorsed Amy Act or what's her name? Is it Amy Acton? Um, in the gubernatorial race. The Republican opponent of Ramaswamy endorsed Acton. He did not, and actually had to make a clarification statement and say, hey, this rumor is going around saying that I endorsed Acton. I did not endorse Acton. But the Midas Touch said that she did, and they never they never retracted that. So, you know, we're starting to see that there's a difference between misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation, I think, is you made an error, you made a mistake, you make a correction. Disinformation means you on purposely go out there to try to deceive the people. And that's what the Midas Touch did. And unfortunately, that's our political climate nowadays. What can we do? I'm backing off of Pritzker for my support. I mentioned Australia. I am. If you go to my history channel, the video that I am gonna have it's 17 quotes that either ended a campaign or were bad or indicated that a campaign is going to end or something isn't going well. And I want to do you slowly, mate. I want to do you slowly. The Paul Keating quote against John Hewson with the fight back plan. That quote is in the 17 quotes. Honestly, and this is my opinion, if we want to talk about what type of candidate should the Democrats have as far as personality and able to reach out to the public and all that, the Democrats had somebody like Bob Hawke. Bob Hawke is my favorite all-time. I don't know. So I have 4 all-time favorite politicians: Bernie Sanders, Jack Layton from the NDP in Canada, Bob Hawke, and Rennie Levesque, also from Canada. Those are my 4 all-time favorite politicians. If the Democrats had somebody like Bob Hawke, they would never lose an election in this country ever. chugging down a beer in the middle of a football game, right? They're never going to lose that election and be a Rhodes Scholar. I think it was a Rhodes Scholar. Be a Rhodes Scholar on top of that. Okay, let me just go over and see if they're reporting them in this dashboard yet. They're not. So someone's saying they're reporting in Georgia. Okay. Mike Collins not that far ahead. Now remember, this is probably going to go to a runoff. And I said, yeah, see, everyone is saying Carter was going to finish third. I'm like, well, we'll see what happens. Ossoff's winning. Yeah, Lance Bottoms is winning. And that's before Fulton County comes in. And being the former mayor there, you know she's going to dominate there. Yeah, see, Raffensperger is third, but he's still taking a good 15% chunk. But let's go down to the I don't know what's going on in these primaries for this race, these races. Okay, let's go to Supreme Court. Okay, these numbers are expected to be Republican right off the bat. Okay, these are rural Republican counties, Lowndes County, and so on. We expect this to happen. These numbers will tighten up as soon as you get the metro Atlanta area in. Hopefully, we're starting to get some numbers here. So these numbers are still not going to be huge. We need to get, they're definitely not going to be huge because they only have Glenn County in. Okay, but so I guess we'll go back and forth with this one. Now you got Mike Collins, but Earl Carter was in the lead for a second, and then okay. So I mean, these are very, very fluid as of right now. Let's see, Georgia Supreme Court. Does it have both of the Supreme Court's seats? No, it just has the one. So let me go ahead. Okay, Georgia. Which one do I have? Okay, so we need the Sarah Hawkins Warren one. Okay, let's see. Can I open this open a new tab? Okay. So we'll keep an eye on these. Then we'll go back up to the U.S. Senate primary. All right, and then over here we'll go back to the Massie race, see what's happening there. Yeah, I think Campbell County is it. And now we do have a 10% gap. And we don't know when it comes to any of these races, we don't know if election day votes are going to swing massively the other way. Here we go. We have some election day votes in. I don't know where they're from. So it does seem like the election day votes are going against Massie, which is not a good sign for him. So we'll go ahead and keep this one on here. Let's see if there's anything going on in Alabama. Again, not really. Oh, they close at 8. See, I'm getting my time zones mixed up right now. To me, I don't know about this one at 65%, but to me, and they are the same counties, to me, this 58.4% is, as of right now, what we have. I mean, we got 85,000. It's not like we have a insignificant amount. We'll see what happens, but to me, that's not enough to offset what's going to happen here. I don't know what the turnout in Fulton in DeKalb and Gwinnett and all that are. I don't know what the turnouts are going to be like there. So those will probably count, and that will probably chip away. Okay, so I met Gavin Newsom back in 2005. I met Gavin Newsom in San Francisco. Really, he is one of those people who, when you talk, I mean, like a lot of these politicians that I shit on, I've met, I've talked to, and had conversations with personally before they became who they were. So I met Hillary Clinton before she became first lady. Oh, okay, wait. So here we go. Campbell County. Yeah, Massie's done. Massie is done. I don't see how you can have Campbell County. Well, I mean, okay, wait. That says 13%. But again, we don't know if this is. No, but Massie's done. If this is early vote and all the early, and Massie's doing better in early vote than he is election day voting, that's over. I mean, I wouldn't call it, and I'm not into the whole thing of calling an election. I think that's stupid, right? What, we can't wait an extra day to figure out who wins? We got to do something right away. I don't care about being first. I care about being right. Yeah, but that does not look good for him. See what's happening in Georgia. Mike Collins is still winning there. And these numbers are starting to dip a little bit for the Republicans. So Charles Bethel, without much from the metro Atlanta area coming in, nor Augusta, nor Savannah, nor a lot of the Black Belt as well, that's pretty close. Because here's the reason why I'm watching these. If the Democratic, I mean, they're nonpartisan races, but if the Democratic candidate wins in these races, I think it kind of starts solidifying Georgia moving in that Virginia direction. And then it means the beginning of a pure break in the strong Republican hold in the South. Because remember, I mean, and this is why we can't always look at history, or, we can't look at history, but we also can't look at nowadays to figure out how things are, because things are fluid, right? Georgia was a strong, deep South state. It's considered one of the deep South states, right? It was one of the most Democratic states before it did switch over to the Republican side. Okay, it was one of the biggest holdouts. It's going to ebb and flow because populations ebb and flow, issues ebb and flow. So that's something you want to keep in mind. Okay, now remember, if you remember at the beginning, and we'll see how this works. Remember what I said at the beginning of this live stream. I said that because there are the Supreme Court races here, right? You have the Supreme Court races, which means you have general election races. Now, with maybe the exception of some state house, state Senate races, maybe the exception of some congressional races, which I really don't know if there are any, you could have a lot of people who identify as Democrats going over and voting in the Republican primary, which means a lot of these other smaller candidates might actually get more votes that might be Democratic. So the question I have, and this is going to be really interesting to see, let's go over to the, because I think it really matters in the gubernatorial race. Once Fulton County comes in, are there going to be a shitload of Fulton County voters that already know that Lance Bottoms is going to win? She's not going to vote in that. They're going to pick up a Republican ballot for the primary ballot because they're there to vote for in the Supreme Court races and vote for Raffensperger or somebody like that. That really would be an issue in Cobb County, in Marietta and stuff like that. That's where you need to see. I'm really interested to see how Cobb County is going to come out. That might be it. Somebody mentioned it right here. Median voter theorem right here. The Downsian method. I should do a whole entire series or course or whatever on voting behavior and stuff like that. Can our government not be controlled by corrupt billionaires in Israel? Yeah, pick more people like Zoran Mamdani. Ta-da, right? Okay, let's see in this one. There's 75,000 in this one. Let's see what they got. They got here 79. Let's go back to the Massie race. See what we got going on there. I look at it this way. You only got a third in, but if we're looking at the election day votes being significantly more Republican, well, no. Actually, now the election day votes have kind of closed up a little. Because if you see Massie, when it comes to absentee and election day, he's only got 2 more absentee votes on election day votes. But you can see Galrin's votes. Galrine, I don't know. Tell me the pronunciation in the thing because I haven't been following who this guy is. He actually has less election day votes. So maybe election day votes will bring it down. But the question is how many election day votes will there be compared to absentee votes? That's the real question that we got going on in this election today. Okay, now we got Booker coming in. All right, now we got Jefferson County coming in here, and I'm sure Jefferson County is what's given Booker a huge win over McGrath, right? So, and let's see, because we also will have Henderson County. I assume McCracken County, where Paducah is, that will probably, I assume, go McGrath. Because a lot of this area is just Western West Virginia, to be honest. So that one's gotten a little closer. I think everyone expected Booker to win. I was just kind of surprised with McGrath's early showing in here. The problem is for McGrath is that these are not big counties. So she had a lead right off the bat. But like you said, Jefferson hadn't come in yet. Bars winning, so on and so forth. We look at these state house races. These things are looking, I mean, they're still pretty close, but they're looking good for the incumbents, which does mean that identity politics within even Republican Party politics is becoming less and less important. Now, I will admit, when it comes to Sarah Hawkins Warren, I don't know why she's doing better than, let's say, Charles Bethel. Anyone who knows Kentucky politics or Georgia politics can maybe give the scuttlebutt on that to give us an idea. Says a lot about education if people are unable to do minimal research or have any founded views. Again, I mean, I'll see if I can find it, but seriously, it's a 50-minute video. It's a yeah.
Our children.
Oops. I don't know if I have this up. Seriously, watch this video. Why are Americans so bloody stupid? And this is by an Australian. It's a 50-minute video, but it's really good. It talks about the lack of critical thinking. It talks about the education system in the United States. And basically, it talks about the tribalism and stuff like that. That if you critically think, and I hate to say it, it's starting, and she even says it happens in the liberal circles, is not as much as the conservatives, but in the liberal circles as well. If you deviate and critically think a little bit from what other people want, the punishment for critical thinking is so extreme. So if you question anything regarding America, then what happens is that the conservatives actually punish you significantly by saying you're anti-American, you hate this, that, and the other, right? Like the punishment and the way then in which you are outcasted becomes so extreme. Same thing on the left. If you say, I got a different view on whatever, transgender issues or whatever, you were ostracized by that group of people. She basically talks about that. She talks about how America has become so tribal, and if you do have critical thinking, the punishment for having critical thinking in the United States is you're ostracized by those who are part of one of the two or many non-critical thinking tribes. It's an excellent video. I highly, highly recommend watching it. Yeah, so I mean, we'll see. I mean, I if I were a betting man, I'd say that Massie is going to lose this, but we'll see. To me, okay, now we are getting more election day votes coming in. So it does look like election day votes are going to be what makes this matter. Oh, and they even got the little remaining, right? So Kenton, I mean, Kenton is the big one. So I think Kenton is where Covington actually is, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Let's go to Georgia. Let's see what's happening there. Let's look at the closer Supreme Court race. We are starting to get, so here we got Clayton County, the first significant-ish Democratic county. You can see Rankin at 71%. That's why I'm saying it's gonna be the metro Atlanta area. And okay, now we're getting it a little bit closer. I was just gonna say, now we're at 55, 55, 45. I'll say we haven't had any of the black belt counties come in, but now we have had Terrell County. Now we've had Decatur County. Is Decatur where Bainbridge is? Or no, that's got to be Grady County. So there are a lot of black belt counties in here that have not come in. Okay, we have Richmond. We also have Chatham County. So this one's looking good. So we'll keep an eye on those as well. And again, when it comes to this gubernatorial primary, it will be interesting to see once Atlanta. Oh well, here we are. Okay, wait. Now let's go over to governor, because now we have Clayton County in. Okay. So we see Raffensperger here at 22.85% in Clayton County. And that's what I was saying. So that's not going to be enough to maybe throw a huge monkey wrench into it. But once Fulton County comes in, it might be enough. Now, with the fact that there's not that many people voting there, it seems like that Democrats voting in the Republican primary thing might not be a huge dynamic. But with the size of Fulton County, it depends on what the Republican turnout is to determine if that's going to be a factor. See if anything in Alabama, or no, they haven't closed yet. Oh yeah, we have Pennsylvania hasn't closed yet. Oregon and Idaho have definitely not closed yet. Yeah, see, this gap is, now it's under 10%. This gap is getting shorter. Or smaller. Why did I say shorter? Smaller. Can't get my comparative adjectives correctly today. Jesus. I mean, at this point, Massie would need an extreme flip in the electoral or election day votes, which the trend hasn't happened yet. He's chipping away a little bit at it, but I mean, just a little bit at it. Just not even nearly enough to do anything. Now that race in the U.S. Senate for the Democrats is getting a little bit closer. Now, I mean, as more Jefferson County votes come in, that'll be interesting. That'll do. Henderson actually went for McGrath. Is she actually from there? She might be. What's the name of the city there? Owensboro? I forget. She might be from Henderson County. Now that I think about it. Why is Jordan? Because most of the state has not come in yet. Again, these numbers are going to be lopsided toward the Republicans until Metro Atlanta comes in. And again, you don't have a lot of the black belt. So a lot of the counties reporting right now are Republican. I'm just kind of interested to see why there's this much of a gap between Sarah Hawkins Warren and Charles Bethel. That's the only reason, the only thing I don't know. The state house seat is getting a little bit closer. And if Kimberly Banta doesn't win, it's going to show that maybe identity politics in suburban, because you got to realize we are talking about these counties being essentially suburban Cincinnati counties, just on the other side of the river, Cincinnati. Cincinnati does have one of the nicest. If you ever go there and look at their train station, their former well, no, it's the Amtrak train station now. Beautiful Art Deco style. Oh, Owensboro is in Davies. Okay. So I thought Owensboro. Okay. Okay, it is more off. I always thought Owensboro was south of Evansville. I didn't know it was off. Okay, thank you for telling me that. I always thought you were in Owensboro. You cross the river and then you're in Evansville. It must be another city that I'm thinking of. Okay, yeah, they declared him to win. Massie just was not. If we look at just not chipping into that number. It was getting closer, but if you're only getting closer by a few votes each and every time, you're not gonna make it. Yeah, and I think and that makes sense because if you're losing Boone, Kenton, and Campbell County, you're just not gonna win here. So that's done. So from this point on, we're going to start looking at Georgia, see what happens here. Raffensperger's actually winning in Fayette County, but it's what? 150 votes. Yeah, and actually the numbers are starting to go up a little bit. You know what? There were some more votes that came in. I think they had those votes afterwards. Yeah, especially if you're running 54, 55 and all that. Campbell's at 73% in, and with Boone at 83% in, yeah, it's almost mathematically impossible with these trends for Massie to win. So Thomas Massie's out of politics. Personally, I don't give a shit. I really don't. I agree with him on Israel. I disagree with him on everything else. He still wants you to die for not having health care. He's still a Republican. He's still one of those people that probably calls Zohran Mamdani a terrorist and stuff like that. Fuck him. Fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene. Glad their asses are out. They agree with us on one issue, Israel, but screw them. I'm glad they're gone. But they're not going to be replaced by anyone better, but they weren't great. They weren't great. This Senate race is getting a little bit closer, though. I mean, like, I assumed, I mean, we'll see what happens. Again, a lot of Louisville and then Oldham County coming in. Um, Jefferson County still has more. I thought Booker would run away with this, but McGrath I mean, people know who she is. Okay, and here's why the Democrats won't win. 79,000, well, 80,000 people voting in the Democratic primary, 133,000 voting in the Republican one. And you have a competitive U.S. Senate race here. So anyone thinking that Kentucky can change, no, it's not going to change. Got about 15 minutes until polls in Alabama and Pennsylvania close. Well, this gubernatorial race in Georgia is getting a lot closer. See, if you look into, oh wow, okay, it just got a lot of counties just popped in there. But we only have, well, Gwinnett County. So you see Raffensperger at 23 in Gwinnett. That's a significant amount of the votes. So you can see it's now up to 15%. That's a Henry County. Now, this is a large African American Democratic county. So this would indicate here that two things. Democrats aren't going and getting Republican ballots. They are getting the Democratic ballots, even in contests that are not really competitive. And second, they're not trying to throw a loop in this race. Though Raffensperger is starting to increase. This is going to be a really close primary, though. This one might not even be determined today. We'll see how Metro Atlanta comes in. Now, this, okay. Shut up. Okay, it's not all the counties. Okay, let me go ahead and look. See, like this one has now become a lot closer. She was in the 64 range before, or 65. Now it's 60. Look at how close this is becoming. Okay, now we're going to be focusing on the Supreme Court. This is the real big race. All right? 49 to 51. Nothing from Fulton. Nothing from DeKalb. Nothing from Cobb. Some from Gwinnett. Let's see. Henry County is at what, 54%. That's why we're seeing this. You might see some flipping of the Supreme Court in Georgia. That is good. So what are you saying? Not enough for Jordan? It's like you don't have any. Well, okay. This, if you're okay. This is where it's an issue. If Sarah Hawkins Warren is leading in Henry County, that's not good. That is that's not good. If you're the Democrats. But I don't know what her thing is. I mean, because I do think if she's not blatantly partisan, then it might be hard for her to be removed. God, Governor Nathan Deal appointed to her court in 20. God, how old was she when she was appointed to the court? 12? She doesn't look that old. So, I think in this case, maybe they need like some legitimate reason, which is fair enough, to make sure she doesn't win. I mean, make sure that she. Okay, they need a legitimate reason to kick her off. Charles Bethel, I'd have to do a little bit more research. Maybe he's been a little bit more partisan. Okay, well, he was a member of the Georgia Senate, a Republican member of the Georgia Senate. So he is a former elected Republican. That could be what the difference is. It does seem like Sarah Hawkins Warren, her entire career, is purely based in the judiciary or working in the legal field, not being political otherwise. That could be because we're seeing a 9-point gap here, right? 9.5 point, almost 10-point gap between the two. That might have been what it was. Warren is hardcore Federalist Society. Well, then that means that they probably didn't. See, here's the thing about, what the Federalist Society is. I know what the Federalist Society is. Do the so far 379,980 people who have voted in this election know what the Federalist Society is? But so by just saying, she's part of the Federalist Society, average voter don't know what the hell that is, right? And this is where Democrats, I hate to say it, Democrats give voters a lot more credit as far as what they have up here than they should. Voters are fucking sheep. So that seems like a messaging problem. And I look at it this way. If Clayton County and Henry County are both going for Hawkins Warren, then she's going to stay. Doesn't matter what Fulton does. My assumption is if they are going that way, then Fulton might actually go that way as well. Let's look at that Kentucky U.S. Senate primary going on for the Democrats. And it doesn't matter. You're just setting yourself up to lose to Andy Barr anyway. So, okay. Now, back to what I was saying. We now are seeing a flip in the state house seat. So again, as I mentioned, the Kimberly Banta as well as Kimberly Moser both voted against a Republican transgender children in sports bill. And there was a backlash in this race. Now we see that you can't get closer. I mean, you can get closer than that, one vote or tie, but 13-vote difference. And Cole Kuzik is now in the lead. So it does show that but again, I'll say even with identity politics being front and center of this campaign, that's a very close result. Okay, let's go ahead and look now. On the other hand, if we look at this one, Kimberly Moser is the other Republican who voted against it. She holds on. She beat Scott Berger, who was the challenger. So again, I think this is a good indication that maybe identity politics is not as much of a driving force in Republican politics as people think. And I truly, I think there is some sort of cult aspect to it. If Donald Trump said, "Oh, I'm for transgender kids and certain sports and stuff like that," if he said that tomorrow, 85% of his sheep would go with him. Oh, okay, we're for it now. There's some really cult aspect to that shit. But there we go. Now that's 0.27, 92.8 in. So there's still. So Boone County, where Banta is in the lead, 72% in, that might, if that lead stays, that might put her ahead. But she was also ahead in Kenton County before, and then she lost the lead. So if we see, it's the election day votes that's putting Kuzik ahead. So we'll keep an eye on that one. I mean, in this one, to me, I don't see how this is 52-48. And I don't see how Charlie Bethel wins 52-48, and you don't even have Cobb, DeKalb, or Fulton counties coming in. You do have Bibb County now. That's 60-40. Oh, and you do have Richmond and Chatham County coming in. So 62% and 55%. And a few more black belt counties have not come in yet, but those are going to be smaller amounts of votes anyway. Now, this is this. Okay, so we're looking at the Supreme Court race, which is huge, which is important. We need to be looking at that. But this is huge, I think. Look at this. Okay. Keisha Lance Bottoms. Okay, well, let's not look at her. Let's look at that total number. 259,017 votes. Let's look at the gubernatorial race for the Republicans. 229,169. We got another situation where the Democrats are significantly turning out more than the Republicans. And again, we don't have Fulton. We don't have Gwinnett. We do have Gwinnett. We don't have Fulton. We don't have Cobb. We don't have DeKalb County in. When those counties come in, those numbers are going to shoot up big time. We're going to have another situation. We're going to have significantly more Democrats, it looks like, voting in the primary than we're going to have Republicans. And a lot of those Democrats are probably voting in the Supreme Court race because, I mean, let's be honest. Keisha Lance Bottoms, she's going to win. I don't think anyone expected her to lose. But the fact, I mean, if people are just going out for the primary and there's significantly more people voting in the Democratic non-competitive primary than the Republican one, that's huge. I mean, I think they're just waiting for Fulton County to come in this one. I don't know why they have not called this one yet. I think they're just waiting for some of the bigger counties to come in. But that's your story here, my friends. That's your story here. Their story is that more people are voting in the Democratic primary than the Republican primary. Again, enthusiasm on the Democratic side. That is big. All right, 1 minute until polls close in Alabama and Pennsylvania. The Senate one, let's see what Jefferson has in now. It's still at 24%. Oh, okay. No, wait. Okay, no, it says winner. I thought they pulled back the winner. I was like, okay, what's going on here? No, but it does look like, yeah, see, now the gap is widening. Massie's done. Bars, okay, they say Bars won. I assume his name is Ralph Alvarado. I'm kind of surprised they have not called this one. Well, it's at 50%. It's because Fayette County hasn't come in. Once Fayette County comes in, that'll be done. This one, we're going to watch this state house race. Now, again, Pennsylvania and Alabama, the polls are closed, and we do have another identity politics thing going on in this state house race. Okay, so the candidate's name, hold on a second, I'm going to close some tabs here. The candidate's name here isn't just Patrick. Um, um, it's Patrick Katena, I believe. Um, he ended up being endorsed by the local Democratic Party. So I guess the party of Allegheny County, right? After he got the endorsement, he said that his opponent, Brittany Blowham, was funded and supported by left-wing radicals who supported supported men being in women's sports and stuff like that. There is a big backlash against him for sending out a mailer. He did that in a mailer, sending out that mailer. So you're seeing identity politics being played in a Democratic primary. We've been talking about these ones over in Kentucky and how they're playing in that Cincinnati area primaries, those two for the state house. We have the same thing happening here in the Pennsylvania house as well. So we're going to keep an eye on that. When we go up to this one here, this is a state Senate district just west of Pittsburgh, so it does not include Allegheny County. Bartolota or Bartoloa or something like that. Sorry, I'm shit with names. Anyways, she went after Donald Trump when he did his remarks of the Haitians are eating the dogs, right? She has a number of Haitian immigrants and refugees and American citizens in her district. She defended them. And of course, that was too much. You can't defend people of color or immigrants if you're a Republican nowadays. So she got a challenge in regards to that. So it'll be interesting. So in this case, we really do have immigration and race playing a role in this one. And then U.S. House District 7 in the Lehigh Valley, Allentown, you got here. Basically, this is kind of establishment. This is a weird combination because Robert Brooks was endorsed by both Josh Shapiro and Bernie Sanders. And again, I think we're starting to see the people who know how politics works in the Democratic Party, who are the younger people, even though we're talking about Bernie Sanders. Josh Shapiro is younger, and others as well, are moving out of this establishment mold. So it'll be interesting to see how he does there. And when we come to Alabama, we don't have much. Just going to look at who's going to win the nomination for the U.S. Senate, because that's going to be who the senator is. We're going to see how well Tommy Guberville does in this one, and then just see how Doug Jones does. And in this case, I'm just kind of looking at what the total votes are in those primaries. I'm not really looking at, because for all intents and purposes, Barrymore should easily win this primary. Guberville should easily win his primary, and Doug Jones should easily win his primary. So non-competitive primaries, it'll be interesting to see who turns out in non-competitive primaries. Okay, it looks like we have DeKalb County in now. DeKalb, 75. Okay, so now we see, now DeKalb has flipped it. I mean, now it's essentially 50-50, but we can see Rankin now ahead with DeKalb coming in. Okay, let's see how DeKalb did in voted in this one. Yeah, we do see DeKalb actually 63-57, which is kind of weird that DeKalb is at 63-57, but yet, let's say, Henry County here is at 52-47 the other way. Okay, DeKalb, 63. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. That seems about the same margin. Okay. So, like I said, as soon as we see, and maybe, again, you and I know who the Federalist Society is. None of these voters friggin' know. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, once Fulton and and Cobb come in, it's done. Let's look at the overall votes. What I mean, this is the, I think this is the story. I mean, the Supreme Court race is going to be a story, right? But 313,000 Democrat people voting in a Democratic primary compared to 252. This is huge. Oh wait, see? Oh, look, the prediction markets. They were all Jen Jordan, Jen Jordan, Jen Jordan, Jen fuckers. So let's see, 540. Or no, that's the same one. 543. Okay. I mean, the amount of people voting in the let's look at the US Senate race. Yeah, 247, 252. The fact that so many people are voting in the Democratic, and we don't even have Fulton in, which would be a big chunk of the Democratic votes. That to me, that's big. That's big. Vote Hub called the race for Warren. That makes sense. Okay. I mean, because if the only county you have going for you right now is DeKalb, that's it. That you're not going to win. I mean, they might have. I mean, I look at it this way: if Henry County is going for Hawkins Warren, I wouldn't be surprised. Jesus Christ, I wouldn't be surprised if Fulton County does as well. So yeah, it makes sense that they called it. Now Bethel's in the lead because, again, some of these smaller counties are coming in. A lot of the Black Belt counties have not come in. Well, let me see. Hold on a second. So I'm going to see if I can pull this over. Okay. So let's go ahead, and if you want to become a supporter of the channel, $9.99 per month, you'll get access to, this is the current precinct map we have right now. So I'm going to go into the Georgia one so you can see a lot of these areas really have not come in yet. So I'm going to move this over to the, let's move it over here, right? So you're seeing a lot of this area that actually has a lot of Democratic votes here. You're not seeing that report in this area right now. So that's going to be something that's very important. As you can see, we get into Fulton County here. Let's go ahead and go into Fulton here to just look at what we have. So we got Fulton County here. It does go, so if we look at Kamala Harris, okay, there's a little bit that there should be. Oh, maybe I haven't put the candidates' names in this one yet. You can see 70%, right, for Kamala Harris, and then these are the congressional districts, so on. So that's what we're expecting when we get Fulton in. Once we get Cobb County in, let's go over to Cobb. Okay, you're seeing Democrat +8. And those numbers have been going up. So, I mean, you got Marietta, Georgia here. Let's go ahead and reset this. Let's go into Marietta. You can see we're talking about precincts that are, +18, +23. I mean, you got to realize +17, +19, +20. You got to realize this was, if you think of 1994, the speaker, Newt Gingrich, this is where he was from. His old congressional district, if he ran in it today, would be a Democratic district. He wouldn't even be a member I mean, he wouldn't even be a member of Congress if he ran his old district. So now you can see, let's look at Henry County, because I want to give you an idea of kind of what we should be looking at. Why am I? So you can see Henry County, well, plus 15. What do we, Democratic. So if you're talking about a plus 15 Democratic county here, and maybe it's better to look at, let's see, do we want to look at the U.S. Senate margin? Let's look at some obscure race, agricultural commissioner margin, okay? So again, if you want to get access to this map right now, the states I have are Alabama, Alaska, Florida, Georgia, Illinois, Minnesota, North Carolina, Texas, and Washington. Not all, but I am building up this map over time. But let's go ahead and go over back to what we were saying, Henry County, to just see how it does in a midterm election with an odd race. Yeah, it's still plus 12. So you see Raphael Warnock here had 63%. So in this situation, if we do see back over here, if we do see Henry County here going 52% for Hawkins Warren, but yet it is a county that goes 12% for the Democrats, or is a D plus 12, then that shows you how lopsided this one is. Oh, they did call her to winner. Okay. So I was like, it'd be dumb not to call her to winner if Henry County's going that way. And let me see. Oops. I don't know if I have the Georgia legislature in here yet. State House. Do I have Georgia? Oops. Georgia. No, I don't have Georgia yet. So this is my ratings that we have here. So I already have the congressional races. I already have the U.S. Senate races in here, but I do have some state legislatures, like the state Senate in Florida, state House in Florida, how I think that's going to break down. I am going to be putting more legislative seats in there as well. So all you got to do is look at the link below, votingtrend.com, and you can join the channel. Yeah, now we're just at a matter. Oh, let's go ahead and look at, see if anything's coming in from Pennsylvania. Ah, here we go. Wow, so we can already see that. Why don't they have his last name? Okay. So we can already see that that Patrick Katina doing that mailer seemed to, backfire big time. Because remember, he was the Democratic endorsed candidate, endorsed by the Allegheny County Democratic Party. It does look like Robert Brooks is doing well. We'll see what happens in Lehigh County, but so far in Northampton, he's ahead. We don't have anything out of 46 yet. Let's go to Alabama, see if there's anything. We don't have anything coming out of Alabama yet. So yeah, there was backlash against the, don't do that. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. I think sometimes people think that going on, if he wanted to make that, so it seems like this Katina guy decided to play identity politics, say I'm going to pose transgender students in sports, basically the opposite of what we're seeing in Kentucky right now. That's a play you make for the general. You don't do that before the primary. That was dumb. Okay, now let's look at what we still don't have Fulton in. Now that is interesting, and maybe someone can tell me why. Lance Bottoms is doing significantly worse in DeKalb County. Is there some sort of DeKalb Fulton County rivalry type of thing? If you're in Georgia, let me know. Um, so we have 31% in from DeKalb. Rockdale's a smaller county, a Democratic one, but smaller. Henry's a little bit bigger, 63%. I think what we're really seeing is that Charlie Bethel, him being a former elected senator, I think it was, is probably the reason why he's losing, because he has like been a Republican. So why do you think the Dems are outperforming in primary votes but not Supreme Court race? That's a good question. Okay, come on, don't give me. Okay, 381. Okay, they say that those two are advancing. That's why I figured. The Raffensperger's winning in DeKalb. That'll be interesting. But these aren't impressive numbers. Both being under 40% is not good. Okay, wait. 381, 321. Huh. It does seem like overall about, this is interesting. I don't know what the dynamics were as far as the advertising and all that when it came to the Supreme Court, but it does seem like about 30,000 people are voting in either the Democratic or Republican primary, but then not voting in the Supreme Court race. Now, remember, that's going to be further down, I think. I think it's going to be federal offices and then statewide partisan offices, governors, stuff like that. Then state house, state senate. And then I think the Supreme Court comes after that. And so you might have a situation where people just don't get that far down the ballot. So you might have down ballot drop off. But to me, I mean, the big numbers, 381. I'm going to look more at this column, 381 to 314. So more people are voting. So we got 60,000 more voting in the Democratic primary, and we still don't have Walton. Oh, we do now have, actually, let's go to the, we do now have Cobb coming in. I'm surprised that Cobb didn't push that over the edge, to be honest. Okay, we'll close that, or so we might be in for a long night with that one. Let's go back to Pennsylvania, see if we got anything going on. That one stayed the same. Brooks is winning. So we can see in the state Senate race, the incumbent is so far dominating. So, I mean, there is a big anti-MAGA push against the incumbent because of her defending Haitian refugees. Let's look at Alabama, see how Gooberville's doing. There's no votes in the Gooberville race. Let's go back to Kentucky. Let's look at this U.S. Senate Democratic primary. And Charles Booker hasn't closed the deal yet. Let's see what the percentage is in Jefferson. It's still only at 24, so that might be the reason why. I assume like McCracken County and all that's going to go. But like it's going to go for McCrath. But here, like this is a good example. 137,000 people voting in the competitive Democratic primary. But then if you look at Andy Barr's primary, 247. So, right, you got more than 100,000 people voting more in that primary. Now, granted, you are going to have like the Massie primary that's going to bring out more people because it's a competitive race, but you have significantly more people voting in the Republican primary. That's why Kentucky is not a state to watch. But we haven't had any changes really here. So yeah, we got to wait for our next amount to come in. Can an advertisement Cavalier versus Knicks? I hate basketball. Why would I watch basketball? Quick, give me an advertisement for basketball. Well, you know what? You know, speaking of it, yeah, I should be putting these. I mean, it's not competitive, but it gets us an idea. Now, remember, in Pennsylvania, how do I add this to the watch list? Okay. In Pennsylvania, they do register by party. Holy shit. Wait. 212. Okay, wait. Philadelphia County has to be in. Yeah. And Allegheny County. But still, holy shit. 212,000 people have voted in the Democratic primary. 45,000 people have voted in the Republican primary. But see, and remember, when we looked at Afton Bain's race in 2025, the special election there, the one way that we could tell that, maybe something's going to be happening were those turnout numbers, that the Republican turnout numbers were low and the Democratic turnout numbers were higher. Or at least the ballots that they picked. Now, Pennsylvania, I assume it's a closed or semi-closed state because you register by party. No one on the Republican side's turning out. But tons are, wow. Then it's the turnout in non-competitive primaries that I think is kind of the story that we have tonight. Now, of course, everyone will talk about Massie being the story. Okay, whatever, big deal. See, I don't really care about the Massie race due to the fact that Democrats aren't going to win it anyway. Oh, they say Josh Shapiro is the winner. That's a brave move when he's the only one there. Okay, let's see how many votes are remaining. So, yeah, so you can see this one, that big one is Fulton County. See, that's interesting. That big one's Fulton County, and it's just kind of not colored because they don't have any results from there. And same with Fayette County. I wonder if I press home, if it just zooms it out. Nice. So as we can see right here with the votes remaining, a lot more Democratic votes out than there are Republican. And my guess is they got these numbers based on early votes. I don't know if they have election day numbers. They might, actually. So one thing about Georgia, absentee is usually in Georgia. I think it's an excuse absentee state. You need to have an excuse in order to get an absentee ballot. So very much early vote and election day voting is where we'll see the numbers piling up. But yeah, so we'll see how that goes. We still do not have anything from Fulton. That's going to be the big one. These are all staying the same. Let's go back to Georgia. Look at the governor's race. 336,000. The Democrat, 389,000. Now, again, that's without Fulton. Is it a purely closed? So that, okay. Purely closed, thank you, Mia. So purely closed is going to be that nonpartisan affiliated and minor party people cannot vote. It's only allowed, only Democrats can vote in that, and only Republicans in their primary. Or if the Green Party has something, only green people. Green people? Make them sound like aliens. Let me look. Thank you, Danielson. Let me look that up. It's 190. Geez, how many state house? How many state house districts do they have? I'm probably not looking at that one because it's been an overwhelmingly Republican district, State House 196. Wow. What? Wait. What? What? Yeah, I mean, some of the primaries I'm not looking at because I mean, there's primaries all over the place. They're just not of interest. Like whoever wins is whoever wins. But let me throw this in there, okay? House District 196. So let's look at 2024. Democrats didn't even run anyone. Okay? 2022, Democrats didn't even run anyone. So I don't know if 2020 had the same district or not, or something very similar, but you do have the same representative, Seth Grove, unopposed, 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 if the district was the same. So you haven't had a Democrat run at all in these. The Democrats friggin' winning right now. With 27% in. And York County is usually one of the, like, population-wise, one of the biggest Republican counties. It might be, population-wise, the biggest, strong Republican county in Pennsylvania. Um, holy shit. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Danielson, um for pointing that out. Understand politics is full of shit. Yes, it is. I'll tell you right now, because I teach English, I left politics totally in 2017, with the exception of one stint as the executive director of the Idaho Democratic Party for 3 days. I was actually fired on my birthday. That was the last time I ever worked in electoral politics. It was 2019. So it was 7 years ago. When I left, when I thought I was going to leave permanently in 2016, I thought it was going to be, I decided to become an English teacher because it was the furthest away from politics that I could get. I'm going to be honest with you. If my English teaching business, I can't even speak it right now. My English teaching business was doing significantly better right now than it is. There's been a huge lull right now. I wouldn't be doing this election stuff. And it's right, because you said politics is bullshit. I wouldn't be doing this stuff. I don't like doing politics. I like doing political history. I don't like doing modern politics. I hate it. We still haven't had any number changes. There, let's go back to Georgia. Still nothing from Fulton County. We haven't had any changes in the results. Go back to Kentucky and oh wow, that Democratic primary is getting a lot closer. Let's see if Jefferson has more. It's still sitting at 24. We don't have McCracken in yet. We do have Davies County in at McGrath winning. So Fayette County, we'll see what Fayette County does. I assume that'll be pretty close. It does seem like Booker is going to get all the support really from, maybe Fayette County, but definitely Jefferson. Lancaster County has been drifting significantly more. Okay, Lancaster County has been drifting significantly more than York County. York County is still kind of that. It hasn't budged yet. But it looks like it is starting to budge a bit. Let's see. Because they don't have a breakdown. I'm wondering if we can get something like this from Pennsylvania. We should. Yeah, okay. Lieutenant Governor, 77. Okay, no, forget that. State legislature. Show all. Jesus Christ. No, wait. Oh, that was state senate. State house. How many friggin' districts are there? Jesus H. Christ on a popsicle stick. 203? Jeez. And it's not letting me click on that, unfortunately. I wonder if I honestly wonder if I'm going to reload. I'm wondering if it's working, because it doesn't seem like we've had really any change in any of the votes in any. Okay, now this is 6.3, so I have a feeling a little bit more Jefferson came in. Yeah, 58.65. Okay. But if if Booker is expecting all of his support from Jefferson and very little elsewhere, you still got McCracken and you still have other places coming in. Well, I guess McCracken won't have as many Democratic voters. That might not be enough to put him put him over. This could be a lot closer. Obviously, at the end of the day, no one's going to have over 50%, but it doesn't matter. It's not a runoff state anyway. So, okay, the numbers are working. Let's see if Gooberville. Okay, Doug Jones. Okay, and that is that Lauderdale County? Yeah, Lauderdale County. Wow, whopping 124 votes for Doug Jones and Lauderdale County, where Muscle Shoals is, Florence, and all of that. Nothing from Oregon yet. Okay, 296. Now we're starting to get some more counties in. 296,000 votes for Shapiro, or in the Democratic primary, let's really say. 67,000. Oh, I mean, this is not even, I mean, I don't know. Let me look at. Well, I believe you can do that in here. Okay, 1.3 million. Oh, they just said 0. Well, that kind of sucks. But let's see. Lieutenant Governor had 1.2 million. Okay. But holy shit. I mean, this was so you did have more Republicans vote, it seems like, in. I mean, we can look at turnout numbers as far as party afterwards. I'm not going to delve into that now. But I mean, this is a massive gap. And we're not talking about just a small, this is a massive gap. Okay, like if Shapiro is at 296,000 votes, I'd expect the Republican at worst to be like at 210, 220, at like absolute worst. Okay, the fact that it's at 67,000 is friggin' mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. Fulton County's votes got delayed until 11 p.m. Wow. I know Shapiro won. The point is that oh no, you know what? Did Fetterman have a Democratic primary? Oh yeah, he ran against Connor Lamb and stuff, right? Oh yeah, this was a competitive primary. So okay, so you did have a competitive primary on the Democratic side. Okay? And less people in Pennsylvania voted in the Democratic primary than voted in the Republican primary. And again, as somebody said, the Democrats still won, even though it looks like 100,000 votes less in the Democratic primary. So when we're talking about these numbers, I mean, unless there's some county missing, but I don't think there is. This is huge. Why couldn't Bob Casey be running this year instead of 2 years ago? Jeez. And so Fulton County, someone just said Fulton County is not going to do anything until 11, have anything until 11. Well, so yeah, it does seem like a lot of Democrats might just be not getting down to the might not be getting all the way down ballots. God, people are so reactionary, I swear. Okay, let's look at the gubernatorial. Um, 431 to 390. So the Republicans have gained a little bit more, but again, we don't have Fulton County in. This is a big gap as well. That's going to be the story coming out of Georgia and out of Pennsylvania. You just have so many more um, Democrats voting, even in non competitive primaries. This is staying the same, nothing big. Let's see, the state house race is still saying we're still, looks like we're waiting for some. Come on, come down. In Boone County still. Yep, that's at 72.6. Let's look at those state house races in Pennsylvania. I mean, we haven't really seen any movement. This one has been pretty much the same. So those are going to be all early vote dumps. Same thing here. We got all early vote dumps. Now, of course, early vote's going to be more Democratic. Now, okay, let me preface this election by saying that Pennsylvania is a very, very strong election day state. Very few, like 15% of the vote is going to be early, like vote by mail. So they got like the early vote and vote by mail is kind of put together. You can get a ballot mailed to you, and then you fill out the ballot and return it to like a drop box or the elections office or whatever. So as far as I know, they don't in Pennsylvania have an in-person voting thing. Like you go to a place that's an early vote location, you go in, you fill out your ballot in a little booth, and then you submit it there. I think they mail you it, and you can submit it to like mail it in or put it in a drop box or whatever. Pennsylvania is very much an election day state. So even though these numbers look really good, expect them to flip big time. The question is, how much do they flip by? Okay. Because to me, even with early votes, these numbers seem to be pretty high. So if the election day vote, which is going to be, like I said, about 85% of the vote probably, if election day votes are a 20% shift from this, talking about a 50-50 race. So that's something to keep in mind with this one. Okay, we're getting to 9 o'clock Eastern, but we do not have any races. Tell you the truth, I don't know if I'm going to be able to hold out until Idaho or Oregon, just due to the fact that really nothing going on in Idaho and Oregon. Now, people are saying that they were from Oregon in here. Tell me, please, in this, I was reading that this could be Tina Kotek. I wonder if she's Czech with that name. I wonder if her family comes from the Czech Republic. Anyway, tell me if she's in trouble or that this election could be a little bit closer than expected. Because I'm hearing some people say she could be under 50%. I mean, still win, but be under 50%. But if you're in Oregon, please tell me, put in a comment, is this even a close one? Yeah, see with this remaining, well, you still got a number of Republican remaining votes. $447, $416. So you are seeing it starting to tighten up a little bit. But I think that's as some of the smaller rural Republican counties are starting to close up, and some more rural Republican counties, like let's say Forsyth County, for example, infamous for being connected to the Ku Klux Klan, still have a lot in. Cherokee County as well. Okay, so Patrick says that's okay. That's exactly why I thought. There's no actual in person early voting here in Pennsylvania. You can request a mail in ballot in person at an elections office and get it the same day, then fill it up and drop it off at okay, right, exactly. So that's what you have there. And it's still a very small percentage. Um, but we could already tell in 2024. Remember, I made that video that everybody hated, and I was saying Pennsylvania's in trouble. It's because of the shift. This shift looks bad as well. Now, okay, let me do something. I'm gonna be kind of radio silent a little bit, but I do have a super chat from Bartholomew. Thank you very much for the $20 super chat. I greatly appreciate it. Appreciate you taking the time to stream. I'm tuning in a bit late here, but which elections has surprised you the most so far this evening? Um, so I don't know if any of the election results have surprised me the most. What has surprised me the most is how, as of right now, significantly more Democrats are turning out to vote in the Democratic primary in Georgia compared to the Republican primary in Georgia. Since the Republican primary has essentially a very competitive gubernatorial election, and the U.S. Senate has a very competitive, well, not very competitive, a competitive U.S. Senate race. Okay, that's going to go to a runoff. And it just seems to be, okay, yeah, Mike Collins is in. I think that's what we expected. Remember, I didn't know. I remember at the beginning of the stream, I'm like, people are saying Buddy Carter's going to be out, that it's going to be Derek Dooley. And I'm like, I don't know. We'll see. This one is actually close. So that's the first thing that I'm noticing. The same thing is happening in Pennsylvania. If we look at Josh Shapiro, we can see non-competitive primary, 327,000 people have voted for Shapiro. If we look at Stacey Garrity, 85,000. The fact that you have so many more Democrats voting compared to Republicans. Now, there are a lot of Republican areas left, but I mean, you have counties like York County coming in. That's a Republican county, right? You do have Erie County. It's kind of 50-50 county. Let's be honest, 50-50 county. But let's look at Bucks County. Now, okay, here we go. Let's look at our key counties. Bucks County, 12,108. Okay. Shapiro, is he from Bucks County? 34,531. Now, there are some competitive Democratic primaries for Congress. Maybe that's pushing out the number, but still, it's a huge discrepancy, which I find quite interesting. In Alabama, up Gooberville. Let's see, Tommy Gooberville. He's got votes from Lauderdale. All the Goobers are voting for Gooberville. Houston County, I think that's where Dothan is. Or no, Dothan's in Dale County. And then Kentucky, nothing. I mean, I think Booker being a little bit close. I think this one, I said watch Amy McGrath because people know who she is, but hardly any of the Central Time Zone ones have reported yet. This one's a little bit closer than I expected. When it comes to the Massie one, I didn't know what to expect in this race, so this doesn't really surprise me. Now, I'm going to go radio silent a little bit. So I want to see if I can find out the early vote totals. Let's go to it. So this is all going to be early vote dump right here. I want to see in the state house race in Pennsylvania, and you guys can help me as well if you want to try to look this up. I'm going to look up because the state of Pennsylvania does have the statistics. I want to see what the breakdown is of Democrats, Republicans, and independents who voted early in this state house district. Okay, election data, early voting, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I already have that bookmarked from last elections. Okay, mail ballot drop reports. Okay. It usually is going to have it by county, but it might not have it by state house district. Let's see. Yeah, it's not going to have it by state house district, unfortunately. That's York County. Okay, total ballots returned, ballots returned. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ooh. Okay. In York County, now remember, and this is why I want to say, okay, let me see. Pennsylvania State House. I want to see how much it takes up of York County. Parts of it, but not the whole thing. In York County, as far as early vote is concerned, you have, as far as, well, let me make sure this is right. Republican ballots cast in early vote or mail-in votes. Republican ballots cast. Well, I can't do it because it's a Excel sheet. Hold on. Okay. 6,326. And this is just York County, so it's not necessarily the state house district. It's all of York County. They don't have it by state house district, unfortunately. But in York County, a county here that you can see went 32.52% for Trump, 6,326 people submitted their ballots who were Republicans, like Republicans. 12,395 were Democratic ballots submitted in early voting. So you had a Democratic advantage in York County of 2-1 when it came to early mail-in voting. That's significant. Now, let's see if I can get the find more voting statistics here. I remember there was, like, you used to be able to look at the archive. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna look up the 2024 general election to give you an idea of what the okay, no, that's not what I want. Let's see if I can find, okay, voter registration statistics archive. No, I want mail-in ballot file requests. No. Voter turnout. No. Election data, data reports, election data. Okay, here we go. Maybe this will do it. Download primary results, primary general voter. 2024 general election mail ballot dashboard. There we go. Maybe this will show us. Was that by precinct? Or no, that's by state house district. Can you not do it by county? That seems kind of weird. Okay. Okay, to give you an idea, it doesn't have them broken down by party now. They got to. No, it doesn't have it broken down by party. That's stupid. So first of all, that's huge. As far as mail-in ballots in the whole entire county of York, it's 2-1 for the Democrats. That's big. And technically, I mean, Really, technically, we see this number a little bit higher than 2-1. Non-party affiliate and other minor parties, the numbers were small, 150 ballots. Congressional, state, Senate. I just want, give me 196 and give me party. It's not giving me that, so maybe I can get the download the 2004 election mail ballot summary. Yes. So I'm just going to look at York County. Let's see if this is actually, what the hell is this? My legislative district. I still don't have them. By county and party. There we go. Total recorded ballots. Returned ballots. Okay. That's a stupid layout. Okay, to give you an idea, with York County in 2024, the Democrats submitted 27,848 ballots. The Republicans submitted 27,797 ballots. Okay, so essentially like 51 ballots difference. Okay, so this 2-1 gap is, or doubling of it, is huge. And it's actually pretty significant. No, Pennsylvania doesn't have 0 votes in. It has tons of votes in. I don't know why they're not showing the margins for 100%. Okay, 351,000 to, are they finally hit 100. Wow. I mean, this is, and what we're looking at here is this is specifically showing lack of enthusiasm on the Republican side. We're seeing it in Georgia. We're seeing it in Pennsylvania. Not seeing it in Gooberville. See Tommy Gooberville. Well, I mean, let's see. 7,744 votes to 5,288. That's not different. Walker County. Is that where? No, Jasper. I think. No, I think Jasper is in Walker County. And Tuscaloosa down here. Well, that's interesting. Because your Democratic votes are going to come out of Jefferson and Montgomery County. And then some of the counties in and up here. So these will be Clark County. Okay. Yeah, this margin might be even a little bit closer than expected. And remember, they have a somewhat, if we want to call it that, competitive Senate race. Now, Barrymore is the Trump-endorsed Republican candidate. I think the question here is, can he get over 50%? Of course, Alabama, I don't think it's a runoff state anymore. So that, but I think it's kind of a psychological blow to the Republicans if Barrymore can't get over 50%. Again, so somebody said that they're surprised that Bethel's is still, with the Democrats so far ahead, they're surprised Bethel's still leading with Supreme Court. To me, that is a lack. Okay, so that I think is going to be an issue. And this might be an issue when we get to the general election, when it comes to legislative races. There might be a lack of discipline down ballots. That could be an issue. There's a lack of discipline down ballot. As I mentioned earlier, they're going to have the federal races. Then they're going to have the statewide partisan races. Then they'll have the state Senate, state House primaries. I think they're doing state Senate this year. So I think Georgia does state Senate all in 1 year, if I remember correctly. I don't know if that's this year or not. Um, and then they'll do like the state Supreme Courts. So to me, when we're talking about the Democrats, well, first of all, we are seeing some crossover, so that's the first thing, and now it's getting a lot closer. 463 to 4. Let's go to the gubernatorial one. 458. So now this number is getting a lot closer. Okay. But DeKalb hardly has anything. Fulton has nothing. Cobb is still lacking. Henry, I mean, I'm looking at the Republican primary, but we're looking at turnout here. Henry still doesn't have much. So numbers are closing a little, but they'll probably widen again once Fulton and the Metro Atlanta counties come in more. Oh, that's it, right? The Georgia State Senate is every 2 years, right? What state is it that is it North Carolina that does all of them in? Right, because some of them are weird. It's like there's some states that do it every 4 years, but it's all of the seats. And right, Georgia's the one that does it every 2 years. Thoughts of J.B. Pritzker as governor? I used to like him until they've been trying to put data centers all through here. The people here in the local community here were able to stop it and get a moratorium on it for 180 days. But I don't like how the Democrats talk about how they're this progressive party that's trying to become this progressive party. It's going to stop the data centers and all that. And the Democrats, we have Democratic governor, Democratic assembly, Democratic Senate. All our constitutional officers are Democrats. Our 2 U.S. senators are Democrats, and all but 3 members of Congress are Democrats. Yet they all seem to be for building data centers everywhere, right? So, a little disappointed in that. Yes, the Virginia State Senate. That's it. The Virginia State Senate does all of them every 4 years. It's the Virginia State Senate. Yes, that's the one I'm thinking of. Alaska might do that as well. I don't know, but it was Virginia I was thinking of, yes. I mean, do I really I mean, I guess I'm going to have to stay here until friggin' Oregon and Idaho come in. If I'm going to wait for Fulton County, right? Jesus Christ. All right, let's go through some stuff. Let's look at Kentucky. Okay, Booker's starting to increase his lead there. Ballard County there. McCracken's going to be the big one out there. You actually have, where is it? Graves County, that's where Mayfield is, so there's some population there. Yeah, it's like he's getting that, and we don't have Fayette County yet, and I don't know what Fayette County will do. The Massie one's done. This one state house one that I mentioned earlier, where identity politics has been huge in this, still very, very close. We're still waiting for Boone County to get some results in. So they're still counting. Kentucky's kind of done. Georgia, for all intents and purposes, is done with the exception of the Supreme Court race. I mean, the gubernatorial race is close, but we already know who's going to the runoff. It was going to go to a runoff anyway. I think it's a big victory for the anti-Trump people that both Jones and Jackson were both under 40%. Let's see. So yeah, nothing else. We're still waiting for this. Still waiting for Metro Atlanta to come in more to see if this flips. And again, why is it not happening? And we're starting to see. Well, first and foremost, now. So we were mentioning about the ballots. We are now seeing 465 to 458. So it's significantly closer. A lot of times, what will happen as well is you'll have votes reporting when they do this reporting online. You'll have some votes reporting for, let's say, a one race, but no votes reporting for the other race. That's why sometimes when you go from like you see the county early on, you'll see one county filled out. Like when we looked at Alabama a while ago, and we were looking at the U.S. Senate seat, and it only had Doug Jones. The only result that was showing was Doug Jones winning in Lauderdale when Tommy Guberville didn't have any votes yet, right? So you see this staggering of the votes sometime. Tell you, so far these numbers are a little bit closer than I expected. So keep an eye on that. Pennsylvania seems to have just kind of like done nothing. That gap, I mean, 367,000 to 112,000. I mean, that's nuts. That's absolutely nuts. Tommy Guberville. What do you mean there are no votes for Pennsylvania? There are a ton of votes for Pennsylvania. The Democratic primary, we have 367,000 votes, and the Republican primary, we have 112,000 votes. We already have results for state house, U.S. House races, so on and so forth. And like I said, I don't know why they're not just putting 100% or 100%. So I guess just for non-contested races, they're just keeping it blank. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. I haven't been following. I mean, the data center thing. You know, I hate to say this. Well, I don't hate to say it. I mean, I hate to say it for the Democrats. They could be behind the eight ball when it comes to the data center things. This is, if you want to talk about an opportunity to actually, and I mentioned this in my North Carolina video today, if you want to talk about the possibility of starting to win over some rural voters, if you're the Democrats, go after the data centers. So, like the one here that they're trying to build, I don't know who it is or whatever, but they're trying to build a data center. It's near Dix, Illinois, and it really was going to affect a Mennonite community there. That, like, if they built this data center there, it would almost decimate their land where they grow, where they have their cattle and stuff like that. Totally decimate it. And so a lot of the citizens came out and said they were against it. They put a 180-day moratorium on it. But the question I have is, why is Pritzker and the Democrats, why are they allowing this to happen in the first place? See, this is where I'm talking about. Democrats need, or progressives in this case, need to start learning how to use referendums on the ballot in order to control legislation. They don't do that, unfortunately. I mean, I look at it this way. If they want to, because you got, I mean, how many people in here are from California or from Nevada? How many people in here are? Put that up, because I'll show you, if you're gonna do the data center. I mean, because we're waiting for some results to come in. I don't know if any of you have driven by this. I think it's pretty cool, but you have, is this it right here? Or it's these things right here, right? I don't know if you've ever seen these things. Let me go ahead and So I remember seeing this in 2017. So what you have is you have the sun basically coming onto these very, very strong mirrors, and then that sun that's doing that kind of creates energy and then heats up all the solar panels right there. Now, if you're going to do a data center and you create something like this out in the middle of the desert and then have a data center here and it's self-sufficient based on this, oh wow, you can actually go all the way to them. Um and I mean, like, these things are so bright, to tell you the truth. These things are so bright that you really can't even look at them sometimes. It'll be like from far away you can, but like if you get close, you really can't. Um but anyways, if you had this where the data centers were self-sufficient, not impacting the environment because they're out in the middle of a desert or whatever, I probably would be for that. I would want to look at the environmental impact of that. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about uprooting communities and jacking up electrical bills. Okay? One of the reasons why I want to move to Europe. Now that I can, I'm a European Union citizen. I went up to Canada a week and a half ago, applied for my passport and all, and that should be coming soon. Hey, Matt, how you doing? I see Matt in here. Pinellas Republicans literally trying to ban them here in Pinellas. Some company got the bright idea to try to build one with desalinization at Derby Lane a while to get outflanked on this. I mean, yeah, exactly the point. Well, and you probably know this, Matt, and Kartik has talked about it as well. Republicans a lot of times in Florida will be more environmentally conscious than Republicans nationwide. I'm surprised they're trying to build something like that in Pinellas. I mean, can you guys even fit anything else in Pinellas County? I mean, it's coming to the point that it's just like Pinellas is just, what else can you fit in Pinellas? Right? All right, let's go ahead and look at some of these. Now we're seeing Booker kind of take the lead here. See, you can see there's over 100,000 vote difference between the Democratic and Republican Party primaries, which is the reason why Kentucky will not be a competitive state. Let's see what we got here with it. I mean, you just got Fulton County, sticking out like a sore thumb there. Let's see, 503,000 votes. To see, now you all of a sudden have the Republican number ahead. That's going to change with Fulton, but we'll see what happens. But now we do have the Republican number ahead, which then again explains why we're seeing what we're seeing with the Supreme Court now. Okay. DeKalb County is only at 32% in. Clayton County is done pretty much. Gwinnett County's at 65% in. Henry County's at 66. Cobb County is at 47. Obviously, Fulton County is at 0. Chatham County is at 42. Richmond County is at 61. One thing I've been noticing lately is the turnouts in Richmond and Chatham counties, especially during the last presidential election, are really, really low. Okay, Muskogee County is almost done. This should flip with Fulton, but yeah, this might be a reason why you're seeing it closer. All right, let's go to Alabama. Gooberville, 26,000 there, 18,000 there. So we are, and that includes Tuscaloosa County now. Kind of interested to see how many votes came in Tuscaloosa County. Tuscaloosa, wait. Oh, there's only 614 votes in Tuscaloosa County. Okay. Wait, 614 votes to what does Gooberville have there? So more people have voted in Democratic primary in Tuscaloosa. So that's promising. Oh, let's go ahead and look at Madison County. Madison County, 1,663. Let's go over to the Democratic one. Madison County, 2,152. So these will be interesting to see what these turnout numbers are in Alabama. Let's go back to Pennsylvania. We still have not seen much from Pennsylvania recently. We do see Robert Brooks still in the lead there with nearly half the votes in. He should be able to win this thing. And I already mentioned these state house and state senate races. It does seem like good old Patrick here, and that's Patrick Katina. As I mentioned, he was the one that did the mailer about gets a Democratic Party nomination and then does the mailer about trans kids in sports, saying that Brittany Blom is supported by ultra leftist organizations. I'm going to see if I can see if I can find that actual mailer. I'm surprised I don't see the mailer. I see kind of like the protest. Oh, okay, here it is. Let's see if I can open this. Okay, so this is why we're watching this one. So here, this was the mailer that, so you can see Pat Katina here. Is a last minute candidate supported by an extreme left group that advocates for transgender athletes in our sports. Is a last minute candidate that sadly doesn't know the difference between city and school district. How do you not know where you live? A last minute candidate who will vote to raise your taxes. Socialism isn't free. And he's getting his, he would have won. Here's the thing. He would have won. I mean, we still have more than half the vote to go, but he would have won this race if he just kept his mouth shut. He would have just won if he kept his mouth shut, but he had to open his mouth, and he's now losing by 21%. Good for him. Good for him. I mean, you screwed this up, buddy. I'm waiting to see what happens in this state house race. I mean, just you screwed it up. Jesus. That was like the biggest self-own that you had. I mean, and see, that's another thing too. I don't think the socialism thing works anymore as either. A lot of things aren't working. I think a lot of people are kind of open up to certain ideas. Oh wait. Okay, so it even gets worse. Let me bring this over as we're waiting for more votes to come in. So, anonymous mailer doxes Blom, calls her traitor for being a Bills fan. Okay, Democratic primary in State House District 45 has taken an ominous turn with a mailer that prominently displays candidate Brittany Blom's address and a photo of her home, and that identifies her as a Buffalo Bills fan, among other alleged sins. What a traitor, says the mailer, followed by a graphic of a Pittsburgh Steelers helmet. That actually might be copyright infringement. Um, wow, this guy is a real piece of shit. I mean, this guy is a real piece of shit. Um, God, I hope Brittany Blome kicks the crap out of him. What a dick. Oh my God. No, if somebody's saying you think that's a Republican, no, that's the Democrat. This is the guy the guy who's doing this and the guy who did this was the Democratic Party's endorsed candidate for this race because he's like member of a local council or a local board or something like that. He's an elected official. He had it in the bag and then just went like he would have won. And then he just went all off nuts. None of the election day vote is in 196. No, it's been sitting there at it's been sitting at this for a while. I'll reload, see if that matters. Yeah, it's just staying at this right now. I mean, I mean, but really, doxing someone with their address. The statement called the mailer a Trumpian-like act that is exactly what is wrong with politics today. And I assume this is what Blome said or her campaign said. The hype of old school politics we need to move away from. We need to reject these types of bullying political tactics from people on both sides of the aisle. I think the mailing would be funny if it didn't have a picture of my house and address on it. Yeah, because saying somebody's a Bills fan is kind of, who gives a shit, right? Now, if she had been an Eagles fan, that might have mattered. Okay. I don't think being a Bills fan would as much. If she said she liked Wawas instead of Sheets, that would have probably impacted her more than being a Bills fan. Okay, somebody said that it just updated. Oh. The margin just went down. Ooh. Holy shit. This is an upset. This Steelers suck anyway. I haven't watched football in like 10 years. I think the Bears were supposed to be good. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm just hoping I'm just hoping that the Montreal Canadiens win the Stanley Cup. And that France wins the World Cup. That's it. My Paris FC did beat PSG in the last game of the season, 2-1. I love it. They stay mid-table and stay promoted to Liga. Happy. Yeah, so it looks like, let's see how much. I think Brooks is going to win that. Blome's going to win that. But this is, okay, here's our shock of the day. Okay. Got some cough going on, but I got a ton of water here. See, I'm going for the Canadians for two reasons. One, they're a Canadian team. I want a Canadian team to win. I do not want an American team to win unless it's a Chicago Blackhawks. Second of all, they have like one of the best Slovak players on the team. I forget his name because I just don't watch sports anymore. I grew out of sports. I'm an adult now. I just don't watch sports. I mean, this Pennsylvania, let's go through some of the other ones. Let's just do a recap. Okay, now they're saying Booker won. Yeah. Okay, so they were waiting for Fayette County to come in. Fayette County went strong for Booker. So there we go. So for all intents and purposes, we are done with Kentucky for tonight. Um, I don't think anything surprising necessarily. I think there were a lot of unknowns, but for all intents and purposes, we are done. We're really done with Kentucky for the whole entire election. Let's be honest. Elections in Kentucky are over. We're still waiting to see what happens with the Supreme Court here. Let's go ahead and look at the Democratic 561,000 ballots to 552. So the Democrats are back in the lead, but we are still seeing this. Whoa, there's one county that Clark County. Okay, so Michael Thurman must be from the University of Georgia. Maybe he's a state rep, or I don't know. Maybe tell me if you know who he is. But Lance Bottoms isn't winning all of them. She's losing in Athens and Clark County. Remember, that was where we had the special election. What was it? State House District 121 or 126 earlier that the Democrats pulled off the huge upset. So interesting. So all we're waiting on is to see who casts more ballots and the Supreme Court. Gooberville, 62,000 votes to 36,000 votes. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be 2-1, especially now that we got Jefferson County in. So we'll see how those votes go, but it looks like we're done with Alabama. Pennsylvania, this is the well, let's look at Shapiro, 535,000 to 236,000, right? There are now more Republican counties coming in, so the Republican number's gone up, but it's still over 2-1, which is insane. This is the race of the night. Thank you because I didn't put this race in because I thought I didn't know it was being contested, because let's look at it. Like I said, the Democrats have not. Now, again, I don't know if the district was the same in 2020, but the Democrats have never contested, at least the state rep that was there before, had never, ever contested. Okay, maybe here in 2014, if it was the same district, you see, no, that's the Republican Party primary. And that's the Republican. You've never had a Democrat run in this district. Never. And for a Democrat to possibly win, holy majoli. This ain't close right now. And if we're talking about election day votes now coming in, let me go ahead and see if I can get York County. I think Pennsylvania, election day. I'm going to go to their elections page. Election results website. Okay. Elections. Special election 96th. Okay, so we're gonna go. Here we go. It just has by county. It doesn't have by vote method. Awesome. This is what we want. Okay, so this is what I was saying. That's a big discrepancy there. So it might be short-lived. There were some mail-in votes that came in. This is why I said a majority of people who are going to be voting in this election are going to be. I don't like how they do the percentages like that. They're doing the percentage of what each person's vote is on method instead of using the method and talking about the breakdown toward then. That's kind of that's dumb. So it could be short-lived. But see, okay, I don't get this though. Some doesn't jibe here. So 2,213 to 964. That's easily double the amount, but the bars that we see are literally almost the exact same. I mean, this bar should be totally full and this bar should be at 50%. So these bars like literally represent nothing. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Um, I don't know what's going on there. I'm gonna see if York has something on theirs. I'm looking at the York County. Election information, election results. See, I don't see anything on York County's page that has the election results for now. So they're probably just doing it through the state. So yeah, that doesn't make sense. So we'll keep this. And we can. I mean, this is the race we're watching right now. I mean, now. Well, I mean, except for I guess we're gonna wait till 10 o'clock local. We gotta wait an hour and a friggin' half for Fulton County to come in. I mean, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can look at some other races. So we'll put this on the watch list for Pennsylvania as well. Um, this one's a pretty close one. Oh, I see what somebody's saying. So, like, if you take this chunk here and you put it there, it would be 100%. You take this chunk there and you put it there, that would be 100%. Okay. That's still stupid. I mean, that's still dumb. Um, but yeah, okay, I can see what you're saying. But so far, good. Oh, we got more here. Yeah, I mean, this is a. I got to talk about this race tomorrow. I mean, it does seem like out of all the all the elections, Pennsylvania seems to be the most interesting of them all. Yeah, Christopher Rabb, I don't know anything about him. No, don't. I hate this stupid. Okay. Oh, he's a member of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. Chris Rabb. Um, oh, DSA endorsed him and stuff. And Working Families Party. I mean, honestly, I'm just going to tell you this: if DSA and Working Families Party endorse him, that's all you. That's all. I mean, as bad as lacking of critical thinking as that is, I will admit, call me a hypocrite. That's usually all it takes for me to get for them to endorse to get my vote. Oh, anti-Israel, the Jewish Telegraph Agency. Jesus Christ. Um. Okay. Let's get back to the results. Well, there's a few more results coming in here. Well, this is a three-way race as well. There's one more candidate. He's not getting much. Still don't have anything from that state house race. Let's look at statewide. 550,000 to 250,000. 300,000 vote difference. That is nuts. 300,000, 100,000 vote difference. How much do we have in Philadelphia? Or no. It's not. It's going to just say it's not showing what percentage is being counted, unfortunately. So we would have to get a contested race for that. That's insane. Pennsylvania might just be snapping back huge, which, you know, who was it that I. So I had heard no one, they're not reporting it, but through the grapevine, got about a month or two ago, I heard that Bob Casey might be running um, against Fetterman in the primary. We'll see if that pans out. Um, but that was some scuttlebutt that I saw. I don't know if that will actually account for anything, but it is what it is. And by the way, if you want to help support the channel, you can go down below to the link, votingtrend.com, where, as I mentioned before, I don't know if I still have it open, but you can get access to, my precinct map. I don't have it linked anymore. You can get access to my precinct map and other things. So please go over there if you'd like to support the channel. All my members that I have so far, thank you all very much for your support. Yeah, maybe Casey said he wasn't going to, but I was hearing that he probably was going to. Maybe he was trying to head off some of the rumors, possibly. I don't know. But see, the problem with the Democrats, you do have a lot of establishment Democrats in Pennsylvania, or just crazy ones like Fetterman. I mean, Connor Lamb, it's like, in hindsight, okay. But with the situation when he was running, no, I wouldn't have voted for Connor. If I were a Pennsylvania voter, I wouldn't have, I would have voted for Fetterman over Connor Lamb. I would easily. Okay. Connor Lamb won a state house seat that was kind of an upset. He wasn't expected to win. He became, I'm gonna be the most both sidesism guy that there was. That's not gonna, I don't think that's working nowadays. And if we're all of a sudden seeing well, we'll see what happens in this state house or in this congressional race. Still nothing in the state house race. We do have a little bit more coming out of here. It looks like, no, it's the same. Yeah, the Fulton County thing is ridiculous. I mean, I might not even already been doing this for 3 hours and 40 minutes. I might not even be able to finish. I might finish at 9 o'clock my time. And let's see, Cobb's at 55, DeKalb's at 68, Gwinnett's at 73, Henry is at 79, Rockdale's at is finished, Clayton is essentially finished. I don't know if that's going to be enough in order for the Democrats to win the let's see, remaining. I think it's going to be a lot closer. And then we do have to ask ourselves the question, if you have a lot of Democrats, 631, let's see the Republicans, 640. So we do now have more Republicans in there. And again, we're waiting for this. So it looked, and what was weird is really early, it looked like there were going to be significantly more Democratic voters. And there really were, considering the counties that were coming in. Okay. This goes back to a problem that the Democrats had in 2024. Why did the Democrats lose Georgia? Voter turnout was horrible in the metro Atlanta area. You know, I hate when you have to sneeze and you get ready to sneeze and then you can't sneeze. I hate that. But if you remember my live streams during the election, if you were watching my channel during the election and the live streams during those elections, I kept on in the videos I had during those elections, I said during early voting, the Democratic turnout is piss poor in the metro Atlanta area, especially in places like DeKalb County. It was really, really bad. This seems to indicate to me that Democrats are not turning out in this election. But again, you didn't have a competitive primary for governor. And if they really didn't push the Supreme Court things, then that could maybe explain it. If I'm Ossoff, I'm worried a little. Not much, but a little. Maybe enough for me to put, I have Ossoff's seat as likely Democratic. These results tonight might make me put it at slight, might make me put it a slight Democratic. We'll see, though. But honestly, Pennsylvania is the really interesting one, I think. Ah, okay. Rab is now in the lead. That just happened as we clicked on it. So he's now in the lead by 1.74%. Thank you for telling me about this race. See, there's so many races I have to keep up with. It's hard for me to notice every single race. Well, we don't know what percentage of the votes. So somebody said Dems have only 60% of the votes in compared to 72% for Republicans. They don't register by party. And we don't know how people vote. It's a secret ballot. So that's pure speculation. You can make speculation, but it is speculation. I think it's going to be a lot closer, and I think we still need Fulton County to come in. I guess I can hold on for another hour and 15 minutes. Ugh. Someone's asked, the only special election we have is a state house race. We still haven't gotten anything in from yet. Let me go back to the state. Okay, the state hasn't updated it yet at all. So this is the only special election we have, is the state house race. Let's see what's happening in Tommy Gooberville. 132,000 to 74,000. So we're talking about 2 to 1 there. That essentially makes it that Doug Jones does not. Walker County, I think that's where Jasper is. I mean, Jefferson County, I think this basically means, I mean, for any of you that were looking at Doug Jones to be to be able to take on Tommy Gooberville, when the Goobmeister here, when the dumbest, I don't know if he's the dumbest member of the Senate. You had that Billy Bob, Mullen guy or whatever from Oklahoma. I mean, he's not there, but he's pretty friggin' dumb, right? You got some really dumb people in Oklahoma and Alabama. I have family in Alabama, so I can say people in Alabama are stupid. Anyway, not all people, but a lot of people who vote for Tommy Gooberville here. Yeah, if Jones has 58,000 and Gooberville has 114,000, yeah, it's not even going to be a contest. For all intents and purposes, we're not just done with Alabama today. We're done with Alabama for the rest of the election. I honestly never pay attention to elections. It's really boring and depressing. I'm trying to change that. Um, I mean, again, it's what I know. It's not what I like. Because, like I said, I became an English teacher. If I had 35 lessons per week, I would not be doing this. I'm only doing it because it does help pay the bills a little. I'm going to be honest. Okay. I don't have family in Pennsylvania. No, I don't have, but I've lived in a lot of states. Um, and I've had family who have lived in other states. So I have an uncle who used to live in Vermont. Now he's back here in Illinois. So I've been to Vermont a lot. No, I have family who live. No, my family is mostly Mississippi, parts of Alabama, Illinois. That's basically it, really. No, with these numbers, um, Gooberville's going to win. Gooberville's going to win. They're going to have the gooberest of governors, and that you're going to have the dumbest governor of all time. There have been some pretty dumb governors, but that guy is going to take the cake being the dumbest. Oh, now Christopher Rab's numbers are starting to go up a little bit. Now it's a 2% margin. Only 34% in, so we'll see what happens. There's no breakdown on that. But we can, I wonder if this, okay. But we can get the breakdown. Unofficial results, statewide. Statewide. Why can't you just give me district wide? Like literally, why can't you give me congressional district? Maybe I press this. Okay. Why can't you give me congressional? Okay, the results of play are unofficial, blah, 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 blah. Why can't you give me the congressional? What, you're telling me I have to go to every single damn county to get the congressional races? You only have these statewide races in a special election? Really? Jesus. It's like, why? Like, who is running? I don't know. Screw it. I'm not gonna get an aneurysm over it, but it's just kind of like, come on, people, just do stuff correctly. Holy crap. Well, no, we already have some election day votes here. They didn't just come in. These votes have been there. So I can just close that. But it does seem like, yeah, so numbers haven't changed in 196. Oh, John, thank you very much for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Looks like the Georgia Supreme Court was lost. Why do you think? Um, Overall, I mean, we'll see what happens to this one, but that gap's getting a little bit too big now. Um, we'll see what Fulton County does. I mean, that's a lot of votes in Fulton. A lot. There's still enough. There's still enough out in Cobb. There's still enough out in DeKalb. There's still enough out in Gwinnett. Like I said, Henry, still some in Henry. So this is not lost yet. But I think at the end of the day, it's down ballot discipline. My guess is a lot of Democrats, they didn't discipline their people to go out and vote down ballots. All right. And as I mentioned earlier, that is a worry if you're the Democrats when it comes to legislative races, local races, and stuff like that. This is a problem Democrats have always had. They focus so much at the top of the ticket, they don't think about those down ballot races. They never think about them. That's why in the state of Florida, for example, you would have for years gubernatorial races being nearly 50-50, but the state legislature being a supermajority for the Republicans, right? Because the Democrats in Florida just said, we're only caring about the gubernatorial and the U.S. Senate race. Screw the legislative races. And it's this lack of down ballot discipline, which I think is going to be the reason why we see what we will see. Holy shit, he is up 12. Okay, so that flipped. Okay, now all of a sudden, see why I said this? Okay, now it must have taken a while to update. Now we're starting to see it. Let's go ahead and go back here. Well, they still haven't updated the state number. This is what I told you. I said, don't celebrate too much yet because Pennsylvania is an election day state and the numbers will probably snap back, right? I told you about that. Okay, so if you have a link for the website, the county website, I'm looking, maybe it's elections and voters. Welcome to the website. Curbside ballot drop off downtown, da 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 da. General primary ballots. I don't see the link for it. Notice unofficial candidate listing, general primary casting of lots. Okay. So I've been looking in this and I don't see, thank you. Thanks. Yeah, see, I was looking for it under site. I just couldn't find it. I don't know why. And this is pretty much the district here. These are not, I'm pretty sure that's not in it. Vote types. So yeah, 10 of 18 reporting, so that will probably mean that this will eventually change. Well, my guess is they got all of the, let's see. God, I hate that zoom and scroll and control shit. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this. Thank you for giving me that link. I just could not find it. What I'm interested in is, yeah, see, it doesn't have the precincts by, doesn't have the precincts by vote types. Maybe this will. See, so here you get an idea right here. This is, you can see where like the election day votes are here, but it's not going to be enough. This will probably be a Republican district. But what is, oh, this is what I want. Okay. But I want it by precinct. I don't want it by this. I want it by precinct. So it gives us an idea of what precincts have come in completely. All right, so now we just wait. Wait, no, somebody put that in Discord. Hold on a second. Um, was it Senate? Yes. Wait. Look at it. Someone just posted this in Discord. Like, Nicholas 007 Bonds. You know what? Democrats aren't going to win in Idaho. I would vote for that guy. Let's, while we're waiting for results. Now, before we continue, I hate to say it, so this guy's running for Idaho, state of Idaho. So you see money, you see handcuffs. I'm pretty sure that's the state of Illinois flag behind him. Yeah, that is the state of Illinois flag, and he's running in Idaho, just a few states over. No, I don't want to get involved. Strong supporter of term limits, help our cause, call our office, um, imperative initiatives, gun rights, Second Amendment gun rights. I support people to kill themselves. I need a gun. Like, the obsession with guns in this country just shows how fucking retarded Americans are. Housing. Interesting wording. Housing and home ownership here in Idaho has become further and farther out of reach. It's interesting you mix between further, like you switch up that one. I mean, the fact that gun rights is like high on your list is a little bit worrying. Immigration and border security. You support. Okay, I mean, except for the gun obsession, maybe he's okay. I guess that's his phone number up there. Well, let's see how 007 does today. That's good old Nick here. I mean, this thing all of a sudden jumped big time to Christopher Rabb now leading. It's still so close here. Still 10 of 18 reporting. Yeah, last update 13 minutes ago. Keep an eye on that one. Let's go over to Georgia, see if we have anything in that. Well, that gap is starting to come down, and we don't have Fulton in. That gap's gone down about 2%. That's because the cab has come in at 95%. Gwinnett will bring that maybe down another percent. And I mean, the cab and calb can bring those down possibly another percent. Like I said, Henry's already done. Chatham can bring it down maybe another third of a percent. It looks like it can be really, really close. And I will say 2024, Democrats had a turnout problem. Democrats had a turnout problem in Georgia, in the metro Atlanta area. That is a problem. Let's look at the overall votes. 718,000, 714,000. So it's pretty much 50-50. But Fulton County will pump that number up for the Democrats. But it might not be as big of a gap as we think, which is probably the reason why we're seeing the closeness of the of those elections. Again, if I'm John Ossoff, that makes me sweat a little bit. Just a little bit. I mean, remember, this is the state that almost voted for Herschel Walker for the Senate. Now, Herschel Walker makes Tommy Guberville look like a friggin', NASA Harvard trained astronaut, right? Herschel Walker was a fucking idiot. All right, so waiting here to gap's going down a little bit. Nope, still at 15 minutes ago. No big updates there. Because I assume this one to flip over, but the question is, if all of a sudden this state house race in Pennsylvania is even 55-45. For what I see, a race that the Democrats have not even competed in, that's going to be a huge swing. First of all, I mean, it's an unbelievable swing because no one has ever run in that seat before. But it does go to show that regardless of the district, always run somebody in every seat possible. You never know what's going to happen. All right, so we're kind of in a holding pattern now. This is still staying as is. Oh yeah, Booker won it a while ago. As soon as Lexington came in, he won it a while ago. That's why I haven't been looking at Kentucky at all. Um, yeah, as soon as Fayette County came in, it was done. McCracken County going for Booker. That kind of seals the deal. Um, 324,000 votes to 455,000. So that just shows that Kentucky isn't even a competitive state. I mean, I think we all knew that, but that kind of confirms it. Tommy Guberville, 216, or he's got 185,000 to 115,000. Um, Getting a few more votes on the Democratic side. It's not it. We'll keep an eye on these numbers. It's not 2-1. One thing that I'm kind of looking at are some of these races. Could they end up being, let's say, um, could they end up being? Could Guberville get under 50 or under 60%? Possibly. Pennsylvania is the big state of the night right now. We'll see what 196 does. Let's see. Democratic votes 825,000, Republican votes 451,000. So they've cut it down a little, but not much. And not really, actually. Let's be honest. Oh yeah, a little bit. Now Kentucky 6 will go red. As we're seeing in all the polls. See, this is one of the myths that people maybe there are some specific dynamics depending on the race, but if there is a contentious Democratic or Republican primary, once it gets to the general, those people just vote for whatever party they voted for in the primary. There isn't this. It's kind of like Republicans voting for Democrats. It's a myth that doesn't really exist. Any chance of Pennsylvania Gov goes red? Absolutely not with these numbers. Absolutely not. Shapiro's already strong enough candidate as there is. These turnout numbers, as far as the primaries are going, absolutely not. As a matter of fact, this looks like the Democrats could. Well, okay, so let me look at that. So Brooks won that. Was there a? Okay, so yeah, he didn't have a primary opponent. Didn't think he would, but I'm kind of interested to see. Yeah, see, 51,779 to 19,402. I'd be sweating a little bit if I'm Republicans right now in Pennsylvania. John, again, thank you for the super chat. I'll be unbelievably angry if GOP wins the midterms. They could. Let's put it this way. If everyone, I'm going to put it this way. If all the people who turn out who intend to vote, and their votes are counted accurately, then that's going to be that. I think the Democrats win. I'm still not convinced we're going to have free and fair elections. Because here's the thing, you look at Hungary, and Orban did everything that he could to try to tamper with them, and it was a landslide. Had that election been close, then you know that he would have screwed around with it. Again, it seems like this is what I'm talking about with Democrats. I hate to say it, but this is what I'm talking about with Democrats. We've kind of forgotten that the FBI went into Fulton County's elections office and took their ballots. That's a holy shit moment. Okay? They're doing something with that information. They didn't go get those ballots in Fulton County for shits and giggles. They're going to do something with them. We don't know what they're going to do, but the Democrats aren't even talking, oh, they took the ballots. What's going to go on? And all of a sudden, Democrats are going to be slapped with something. Go, oh, we weren't prepared for that. Democrats never prepare for getting ready for every eventual situation that there can be. They never do. They're always blindsided by it and go, oh, what? Okay? They got to get their heads out of their asses. Oh, speaking of Doug Mastriano, he's going to be the new American ambassador to my country, Slovakia. Oh my God. And it's funny because like the Slovak news is talking about the first thing they're saying is election denier. So I've been reading I don't know if they've been saying it um um Smeska. Okay. Um I don't know if they've been saying it, but no, I don't think they have it up now. I'm just seeing if there's any new news on it. But they're basically saying like Trump's ambassador to Slovakia. First and foremost, he's a election denier. Um. Okay. See now. Okay. Let's see what we have here. So that's what 14. There's still three more or four more left to go. So yeah, that. So I told you earlier. I go, wow, that's amazing. That's unbelievable. Then I'm like, hold your horses because this is an election day state, and that number is going to probably snap back. Here we are. That's the number that snapped back. Christopher Rabb, however, is increasing his lead in that third state house district. And here's the thing as well. This is one of those primaries that whoever wins the primary wins the general. I mean, it's a Democratic seat. And Herschel Walker is the ambassador to the Bahamas, who just had an election recently. So yeah, but with the state house seat, if it says 55-45, that's impressive. And I think we need to look at it that way. Don't look at it as far as the win, look at it as far as the shift, and then determine what the low hanging fruit is. You can figure out what the low hanging fruit is, that's where you go. Yeah, Slovakia has a referendum, but uh, I think I'm too late to actually ask for a ballot to vote in it. But oh, this is where I got to ask ChatGPT because it could probably find it quick. New chat. I don't think I can vote at the because I have to go to the Slovak consulate um in New York in early July. I was thinking I could maybe vote at the consulate. And it seems like you can only do postal voting. Um, oh, it doesn't matter. That's right. It's the 4th of July, the referendum is. So I'll be there after that. But we have an election next year. And Fizzo is trying to get us so that those of us who are overseas, cannot vote. Yeah, this gap is actually increasing more and more. With 81% in, I think we're going to kind of, I might call it the night in a few, because who knows what's going to happen. I don't want, I mean, the fact that Fulton County can't get their shit together is just ridiculous. But see, so let's go back to this Pennsylvania State House race. Let's go to vote type. So this is what I was telling you about. You see, honestly, the mail-in ballots the numbers actually a little bit higher than usual. I mean, usually it's like really low, like 15 to maybe 25% are mail-in, but it does seem like here it's pretty decent amount of mail-in votes, especially if we look at that. Yeah, but this might be an indication of things to come in Pennsylvania. If a state house race that is supposed to be overwhelmingly Republican, okay, is going this way, then, we'll see. I mean, it shows right now the margin at 8%, whereas Trump got 33.52%. And it's 40 minutes. Maybe I'll. No, they'll say. I mean, I don't know if they'll be ready. Hold on. All right, so it does say again 11 minutes ago, according to NBC. Fulton County results aren't expected until after 11 p.m. due to poll site closure. So I'm not going to stay that whole time. Because I've already been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes. It's not my fault that they can't get their shit together in Atlanta. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's because of school lockdown? Because I see here it says due to polling site closure. So I don't know. I don't know what's what. Let's look at the overall Democrat versus Republican. Oh, so now we got another 784 to, so we do have more of a gap without Fulton County. So maybe it will look. So you know what, guys? I think that's going to end it for the night. I think everything, I mean, we're waiting for this, but I think in Pennsylvania, I think Christopher Rabb's going to win this one. The state house one was interesting. Let's see what the final swing is. Robert Brooks has actually expanded his lead a little bit more in the 7th, so he will be the Democratic nominee and hopefully a Democratic congressman. Let's look at the final votes: 903,000 to 494,000. So, um, that looks Pennsylvania looks really good for the Democrats tonight. Booker wins, expands his lead. Massie loses, no surprise there. It'll be interesting to see what he says. The state house race is still sitting there with Cole Kuzik, barely in the lead. Kimberly Moser actually wins the state house seat. So in Kentucky, let's look at overall. In Kentucky, no real change. The ones I think that are most interesting are these state house districts with the identity politics. It didn't hurt Kimberly Moser, but when it comes to Kimberly Banta, it might have cost her seat in the primary. So that's what we have there. As far as Georgia, the end of the day, we'll see what happens with the Supreme Court. This number is starting to come down a little bit more. Let's see if oh yeah, we said DeKalb was there. Now Gwinnett's at 91. Cobb's still at 66. Might not be enough for it might not be enough. And then so what's the story out of Georgia? The story out of Georgia is still more people voting in the Democratic primary than the Republican as of right now. I think when Fulton County coming in, that's gonna be what the situation is. But there's a problem with down ballot discipline with the Democrats that they're voting in non-competitive primaries, but then not going all the way down to the Supreme Court, because you are seeing that this is very much a lack of down ballot discipline, in this case. Alabama, nothing really. We got to keep an eye. 203,000 voters in the Democratic primary and 294,000 voters in the Republican primary. So, yeah, there's that gap in there, but I think that's actually a little bit closer than we expected, but nothing really big. Oregon and Idaho, I think Idaho has actually closed some areas now, but and then Oregon still is open. Pennsylvania is the big one. Okay, the big thing, a few big things here. One, you do have Josh Shapiro. Okay, statewide, 914,000 Democratic ballots cast. Well, not Democratic ballots cast, because people could have cast a Democratic ballot, had it empty, not picked Shapiro. But for all intents and purposes, 914,000 Democratic ballots to 499,000 Republican ballots. And that might have changed Shapiro's number. Nope, it didn't. So you're seeing a significant gap between Democrats and Republicans, which indicates big voter momentum going for the Democrats in the upcoming Pennsylvania races, which has some very competitive congressional races in Lehigh Valley and areas, which is that House District 7, but a few there that can flip and really make the difference. I'm still a person that believes, as of right now, even with the changes that they're going to try to do in Louisiana, Alabama, possibly Georgia, because Kemp has called for the ones that Kemp's going to do for Georgia, those wouldn't take effect until 2028, which is another reason why the Democrats should have really focused on that. But yeah, we're seeing momentum here. We are now seeing Christopher Rabb. Thank you very much for telling me about this race. Now increasing his lead more and more. Oh, and he's now been declared the winner. Okay. So that's over. And then this one, you'll probably, the Republican's going to be the winner. But this is a House seat that has never, as far as I can see, in recent history, since 2012 or 14, been contested by the Democrats. Democrats contested in a special election. And right now it's 54-46, which is pretty impressive. All right, with that it being it, I've been on here for 4.5 hours. Thank you all very much for joining me today. I will see you in the next live stream. I'm not going to do as many. I did 3 videos today saying, let's see how many hits I get on them. I hardly got a damn thing, so I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not going to do 3 videos a day. That's just a waste of my time and effort. I'll do maybe a video every week, but I am going to continue to live stream. Maybe toward the election, I'll start doing videos, but that was just a waste of time for me. All right. Well, I will see you all later. Have a good day wherever it is you are, and yeah,